program, just have them get in touch with me either by email or Facebook, and I'll make sure to mention them in the segment. On the program tonight, we'll have conversations with Jeff Stiles, Amanda Waltz, Dan MacDonald, and Ryan Maloney. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. Do you know somebody that's celebrating a birthday and would like a shout out on the program? Just have them get in touch with me either by email or Facebook, and I'll make sure to mention them in the segment. Well, good evening, and welcome to Soulful Sunday. What is that, you might ask? Well, it is, I guess it means what you want it to mean, like most of the other titles that I'm alliteratively making up. But to me, it means do something today or going forward for the rest of the week that satisfies your soul. We spend so much time worrying about making ends meet and doing our jobs and things like that we rarely do anything to satisfy our souls. So do something creative. Try something you haven't tried before. Make a new dish. Try writing a poem. Learn an instrument. Or learn how to paint. There's lots of cool stuff you can do that feeds your soul. It's important to feed your soul as well as your brain and your body. Anyway, that's my take on it. The Pink Floyd mug is back. I truly believe that when you when you get in touch with those soulful elements of yourself, you get the number 42, the answer to life, the universe, and everything. The answer is right here. What motivates you? What makes you want to get out of bed and make the widgets? That's what being soulful is, I think. Anyway, I've reset all the permissions in Restream, so hopefully comments should show up. If they don't show up on my personal Facebook profile for some bizarre reason again, you can always head over to one of the other pages that's hosting the stream where it seems to work just fine. And that would be the Walkerville Night Market, the AVB Podcast, or Rockstar Music Hall. Or you could check out this big link up here in red, and you could watch it on YouTube. The advantage to watching it on YouTube, if you hit the subscribe button, it means that you get notified when we go live. And I do see those comments. So, I haven't seen a comment come in yet, and usually the people on my personal profile are the ones that start commenting almost right away. So I'm assuming it hasn't worked yet. We can check that out real quick just by going on the phone and seeing what's happening here. Let's see. Yep. I don't see. I think Shelly Martinico posted on my personal page and it's not showing up. So have yet to hear back from the Restream folks. I sent them a message like 2 days ago and I haven't heard boo from them. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I'm not sure why posts from everywhere else are showing up, but the stuff on my personal profile isn't, which is annoying because that's where the majority of people are watching. But like I said, if you want to go and hit the YouTube channel, any comments that you make on the video there will show up in our little chat window over here. Backwards camera. All right, well, I prepared a little something ahead of time again. I just like to do that now because I can waste some time out here in the studio. I've always wanted to play this song. It's one of my favorite tunes, and it just seems to fit with the concept of Soulful Sunday for some bizarre reason. So if you have a windmill you need to tilt at, this is for you. This is Don Quixote by Gordon Lightfoot. horseman wild and free, tilting at the windmills passing. Who can the brave young horseman be? He is wild, but he is mellow. He is strong, but he is weak. He is cruel, but he is gentle. He is wise, but he is meek. Reaching for his saddlebags, he takes a battered book into his hand. Standing like a prophet bold, he shouts across the ocean to the shore, till he can shout no more. I have come o'er moor and mountain like a hawk upon the wing. I was once a shining knight who was the guardian of a king. I have searched the whole world over, looking for a place to sleep. I have seen the strong survive, and I have seen the lean grow weak. See the children of the earth who wake to find the table bare. See the gentry in the country riding off to take the air. Reaching for his saddlebags, he takes a rusty sword into his hand. And striking up a knightly pose, he shouts across the ocean to the shore, till he can shout no more. See the jailer with his key who locks away all trace of sin. See the judge upon the bench who tries the case as best he can. See the wise and wicked ones who feed upon life's sacred fire. See the soldier with his gun who must be dead to be admired. See the man who tips the needle. See the man who buys and sells. See the one who puts the collar on the ones who dare not to tell. See the drunkard in the tavern stemming gold to make ends meet. See the youth in ghetto black condemned to life upon the street. Reaching for his saddlebags, he takes a tarnished cross into his hand. And standing like a preacher now, he shouts across the ocean to the shore. In a blaze of tangled hooves, he gallops off across the dusty plain, in vain to search again where no one will hear. Through the woodland, through the valley, comes a horseman wild and free, tilting at the windmills passing. Who can the brave young horseman be? He is wild, but he is mellow. He is strong, but he is weak. He is cruel, but he is gentle. He is wise, but he is meek. Well, that went over better than I anticipated. That was fun. I don't think I had the notes exactly right in the beginning there, or in that little riff, but whatever. They were close enough. We're among friends here. We'll forgive ourselves. Sherry Gardner, I love your shirt, and I absolutely adore the song. Great. Awesome. Then we're all on board with the plan. Excellent. Well, let's see if we can keep the enthusiasm. So yeah, it looks like personal page stuff is not working still. So I don't know, until they get back and answer me why all of a sudden personal comments are not showing up. Please feel free to go to one of the other pages that's streaming this, and you can check it out. And you can comment like Sherry and Shelley. You can check it out on Twitch. There's the YouTube channel up top, or you can go to the Walkerville Night Market or Rockstar Music Hall or the AVB podcast. All those pages apparently are free and able to send the comments over, just not the personal page anymore. Don't know why. It's super annoying, though. All right. Let's do this one. I like this one. It's got a beat we can program in, so let's do that and get that out of the way first. I like it. It works. In Vegas, Jessie calls at 5 a.m. to tell me that she's tired of all of them. She says, baby, I've been thinking about a trailer by the sea. We can go to Mexico, you, the cat, and me. We'll drink tequila, look at seashells. Now, doesn't that sound sweet? Jessie, you always do this every time I get back on my feet. Jessie, paint your pictures about how it's gonna be, but now I should know better. Your dreams are never free. Tell me all about our little trailer by the sea. Jessie, you can always sell any dream to me. Well, Jessie, you can always sell any dream to me. She asked me how the cat's been. I say, Moses, he's just fine. He used to think about you all the time. We finally took your pictures down from off the wall. Jessie, how do you always seem to know just when to call? She says, get your stuff together, bring Mose and drive real fast. And listening to her promise, I swear to God this time it's gonna last. Jessie, paint your pictures about how it's gonna be, but now I should know better. Your dreams are never free. Tell me all about our little trailer by the sea. Jessie, you can always sell any dream to me. And I loved you in the sunshine, lay you down in the warm white sand. And who knows, maybe this time things may turn out just the way you planned. Jessie, paint your pictures about how it's gonna be, but now I should know better. Your dreams are never free. But tell me all about our little trailer by the sea. Jessie, you can always sell any dream to me. Jessie, you can always sell any dream to me. the Finata, as we've come to know. All right, well, welcome back. I hope everybody had a good time last night. I know I sure did. we had a really great first broadcast for the Leona Front Porch Concert Series with Mr. Colin MacDonald of the Trews. That was super exciting, and went off pretty well. I might say. I was pretty proud. And then we came on and goofed around a little bit afterward. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So the way this works, for those of you who are unaware, maybe tuning in for the first time, you just leave a comment on the video, and I will try and play a request if you have one that fits that. And we'll see how it goes. Sometimes we get some gems, sometimes we get some train wrecks, but that's how it is when you're doing it all live. We have our first guest will be coming up shortly, but our second guest on the program, Amanda Waltz, she sent over some music that she had a hand in producing. So I kind of want to play that for you right now, and then we'll get back. I'm going to go on my Facebook page while this is playing, and kind of give an update where people can go where the comments appear to be working for some bizarre reason, and then I'm going to go send Restream yet another message. So here's some music Ontario way sent to me by Amanda Waltz.
I'm sick of this love I'm in. You got me laying around wishing I was the one. I can't buy you love, but I'll give you my all. Give my all to you. When you turned me and said I was like the rest, now I can't forget. It's all in my head. Then you turned and walked away. I wanted you to stay. Now I can't forget. It's all in my head. No matter where I am, it's always gonna be about you, about you, about you. And I can't get you out my head. You're stuck in there, and you knew. It's always you, always you. Always you. Back when it all began, we were laughing and holding hands. I just can't seem to understand why. When you turned to me and said I was like the rest, now I can't forget. It's all in my head. Then you turned and walked away. I wanted you to stay. Now I can't forget. It's all in my head. No matter where I am, it's always gonna be about you, about you, about you. And I can't get you out my head. You're stuck in there, and you knew. It's always you, always you, always you. And I know it might be way too late. Do we let our love disintegrate? You can take what's yours, and I'll give my heart to you. No matter where I am, it's always gonna be about you, about you, about you. And I can't get you out my head. You're stuck in there, and you knew. No matter where I am, it's always gonna be about you, about you, about you. And I can't get you out my head. always you. It's always you. Always you. Always you. It's always you.
Well, wasn't that lovely? So cool. I love it. I love when I get to hear new music that I haven't heard before, and when I get to share it with everybody else. That's wonderful. We'll be talking with Amanda shortly, and we're about 10 minutes away from our first guest on the program, Mr. Jeff Stiles. I just want to read off some of these comments that I'm not able to see for some reason on this stupid thing that decided to stop working a couple days ago. Denny Baster says, "You're helping me clean the garage, streaming while I think I'm doing a great job." But let me tell you that if I'm sharing the cleaning the garage workload, then this is the way I would rather do it. Michelle Tremblay says, "Miss you too, Michelle, and I can't wait to get back out to Karma." Lana Frost says, "Howdy doody to Udi tooty." Nick Metivier says, "Sing us a ditty." I will do that. And Ben Lucier says, "Hey man, just stopped in to say hi. Good to see you." And good to see you as well, Ben, or virtually see you. Leader of the band. Oh, like Dan Fogelberg, leader of the band. Oh, I've heard it. I've heard it so many times, but I don't know. Let me just look it up real quick here. Let me look it up real quick and see if I can pull it off. It's a great tune. It is a great tune. I just don't know if I know the melody well enough to pull it off out of my hat that I'm not wearing. Let's just look and see what the old tablet has to say about it. If I don't know it, I'll add it to the list of songs that I'm supposed to be learning, which is about 40 at this point. I really need to take some time and go through that list so I don't disappoint people. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm going to save this and I'm going to listen to it. The melody's not coming to me in my head, but I will definitely learn it because it's a great tune. And I hope you'll forgive me in the fact that I don't know it well enough just to try to wing it. But it's one of those ones that, I think if I tried it and it came off terribly, it would be worse. And it's just the fact that I'm just not that familiar with it. That and the tablets being dodgy too. All my technology is being dodgy lately. What's going on? All right, I've now added it to my favorites, so I will be able to look it up and do it. Would you settle for some Harry Chapin if I can't get you any Dan Fogelberg? Let me know. If you'll settle for some Harry Chapin, then we're in business because I can do that. No problem. Alrighty. Let's do this one. This one's kind of fun. We did it once when Mr. Jim O'Neill was here, but we can do it again. It's got a beat we can program in. Well, okay, we'll do some Harry Chapin for you, Sherry, absolutely, because I know that way better than I know the Dan Fogelberg for sure. In the meantime, let's do this one, and then we'll get to our first guest of the evening, Mr. Jeff Stiles. Well, I started out down a dirty road. started out all alone, and the sun went down as across the hill the town lit up, the world got still. Learning to fly, I ain't got wings. Coming down is the hardest thing. The good old days may not return. The rocks might melt and the sea may burn. Some say life will beat you down, break your heart, steal your crown. So start it out, God knows where. Guess I'll know when I get there. Learning to fly around the clouds. What goes up must come down. Learning to fly, but I ain't got wings. Coming down is the hardest thing. Learning to fly around the clouds. What goes up must come down. I'm learning to fly, learning to fly, learning to fly, learning to fly, learning to fly. Learning to fly, learning to fly. Learning to fly, learning to fly. All right. A little bit of Thomas Petty right after his signing of the Declaration of Independence. He went on to a rewarding career in pop music. Some people may argue my timeline is off. I disagree. All right, let's see if we can get our first guest on the line. That'll be an exciting thing. My first guest is a local area musician who also has begun doing some live streaming, and that's super exciting. I love it. I love the fact that this type of entertainment is still available to us, even when our regular avenues of performing have all dried up. we still have the ability to get in touch with an audience and talk to folks, and that's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. Some days technology is great. Other times when, it behaves like the chat comments not working, then it's a pain in the rear. But some days it's really good. And so as I mentioned before, if you're unable to get through on my comments page, please feel free to go to one of the other pages. I've mentioned them in another post, so you can check them out there. And those comments I will see. All right, I just had to restart Messenger, and we'll see now whether or not Mr. Stiles is able to. He is able to connect. Fantastic. I'm going to switch him off the what's affectionately being known as the pants cam, and flip him over to the performance cam, and we'll see if we can bring him over and get him going. Mr. Jeff Stiles, are you there, sir?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, my friend?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm watching you, and you.
It's trippy, right?
It's like, you know what it is? It's what's cool about it is that I should probably take these off because I've also got another pair on underneath. It's like wearing two pair of underwear, I guess.
No, you're like the guy in the movie where he takes off the one pair of sunglasses, there's another pair of sunglasses underneath.
I always have to have a backup.
That's right.
I know. It's like I really, really, really don't want to see what's going on, just in case the first one breaks.
Let me ask you the first question, the most important question here, and that is, everybody at your place, everybody okay? Everybody doing all right? Everybody healthy?
Yeah, we're all healthy. Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
good.
we're all very healthy.
Good.
Yes, everyone's doing very well. This isolation thing, you may have probably somebody said this already to you, but I mean, this isolation thing to me is like, I haven't noticed much of a difference because I'm a bit of a caveman.
Right.
So, like, I know I come off as like this ultra uber sophisticated guy, and it's just, I don't know.
It's the two pairs of headphones that gave it away.
It's a lie. I know. Yeah, it's all a lie. Even the headphones, that pair of headphones, they don't even work. It's a toy.
It's a prop.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I know.
I
could be whoever I want to be.
Well, a little while ago, you contacted me about the fact that you were doing this live stream stuff, and you had some questions about how I was doing it, and we had a little chat, and I was pleasantly surprised to watch your next one with your super ultra lo-fi ticker. That was fantastic.
Do
you have it?
Eh?
Do you have the weather ticker with you?
Yeah, I do, and I've also got the ticker for my tip address too.
That's brilliant. That's just brilliant.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And there was, I had another one too. There was, that was like breaking news that there was a Jesus sighting somewhere.
Oh.
So yeah, it was like, I think the locusts are next. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Definitely,
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, how have you found the whole transition to playing virtually as opposed to playing, in front of a room full of people?
Oh, man. I love it. I love this setup because I'm looking at you right now, but there's also like 10,000 adoring fans behind you, and I'm like, this is awesome.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it is. When we had our conversation the other day, I said it's like I can be whoever I want to be, and I know some people out there right now are going, why are you choosing to be that person right now? Like you should choose to be someone else. But I'm not. No, I'm like, this is you can be whoever you want to be. I've dreamed of rock stardom since I was like 10, and this is my opportunity to do that in another vernacular other than like in the shower or in my head.
For sure.
Whatever.
Well, it's got to be different, though. It's got to be a little bit different from performing in front of actual people, where now, I've performed in clubs to virtually nobody. So for me, it's not that unusual to perform for just the camera. But like you said, I can imagine that there's 100 million people watching this right now.
Yeah, and there might very well be. I mean, I have played. Yeah, I've been in indie bands. Like I'm a relative newcomer to the cover scene. I always thought there were like two schools of thought, and I just wanted to write my own music and go that way because I thought I could do it. And I thought that I had this mindset that it's like if you build it, they will come, and they didn't. I mean, I played at the Coach, played at FM, played at all the places downtown, and sometimes you're just playing the staff,
Yeah.
and it's like, come on, like I could do better than this. Like how are you if you can't even make it in your own town? Like what then?
Well,
Really, I got to find a smaller town.
Puce.
Yeah,
You got to go to Puce.
like well, I keep hearing people telling me about all the legions out in the county, and people just go in there to see like a face.
Yeah.
They don't care they don't care level of quality, style of music, anything. They just it's Saturday night.
Yeah.
I got to leave the house for a while. Oh, there's a guy who's doing something. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
That's all it takes. It's like the Seinfeld joke, all you need to be a cab driver in New York City is to have a face. Like that's basically all you need in the county, I suppose, is to just show up and plug something in.
I'll have to investigate that. I have a story myself.
I'm actually, I just gave myself an idea. I'm going to leave right now, actually.
See ya. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great talking. Sorry, go ahead. You say what you were going to say.
Yeah, no, I have a story myself about the good old FM Lounge. Back before it was even really the FM Lounge, it was still in transition from the old Fish Market restaurant into what became the FM Lounge. And my band played there, and at the end of the night, because it was a percentage of the till. That's what you got paid, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and at the end of the night, my good friend, Mr. Jay Zeman, walked up and he's like, okay, here's your cut. It's $25. And I'm like, oh, cool, $25 each. That's not bad. He goes, no, that's the band. So it was a $12.50 gig that night, my friend.
Oh, man.
Fantastic.
And I've known Jay since I was like 13. I went to high school with him. So, I mean, he was actually, his percentage of the bar was better than everyone else's in town. He just decided to give a little bit more than everybody else did.
For sure.
I mean, I think that was just because he was into it. He was in a band. I was in a band with him for 10 years or more. So I don't want to say sound, because I worked at FM as kind of like a roadie guy.
Oh, okay.
I was like the soundboard babysitter while Jay was upstairs in the loop doing whatever. So I did sound for Big Sexy. I won't say I did sound.
I was just going to say that's the band.
I was the board watcher.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember that night. I'm like, this band's really, can I swear?
Sure.
Are you a no profanity show?
It's the internet, man. The all gloves come off.
I was gonna say this band is really fucking good. Big Sexy.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I love this. I love this. I'm like, and I'm looking around. It's like me, a bouncer, like two or three people or whatever. Come on, really?
Well, okay, good.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad at least that for the three people we played for that night, that at least 1/3 of them enjoyed it.
Well, I've been watching your rising star ever since then. Honestly,
really,
I really have
yeah.
been. Yeah.
I don't know that I would call it rising. I think maybe plateauing and then rapidly plummeting might be another way to put that. Well, how did you find your comfort zone, I guess, in terms of, when you went from one philosophy to the other, when you went from doing the originals thing to the covers thing? How did you feel about that?
To be honest, I thought I was selling out, giving in, like giving up. Yeah, I thought, well, it's wait for the hate mail now. But there's like that adage about bass players being frustrated guitar players or whatever. I felt that like cover musicians were frustrated singer-songwriters. So it might be true. I can speak from my own point of view that it is true. I mean, I got just sick to death of playing for a couple of people. It was such a blow to the ego. I'm like, come on, these songs are decent. Listen to them. And then you'd always get somebody at the end of the night, like that would walk up and go, gee, I really like that song about the barn, and I'm like, okay. Somebody got it.
Yeah.
You and 100 more of your friends need to come see me next time. So yeah, I thought it was a step backwards. I thought it was selling out or a cop out or whatever. But we started a cover band called First Fall about 2 years ago, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, wait a minute, I can get my rocks off and people enjoy it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Somebody should tell people about this.
Is this a new thing? Is this a new thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't want to say I was wrong, but I've readjusted my opinion of the whole cover band thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna adjust it. Speaking of adjustments.
Yeah, that's okay. I was enjoying seeing half of your eyes. It was all right.
You know what's funny? I bought this thing. It's an E-bow.
Oh yeah.
And like I used it once, and I'm like, okay, that's fun, but use it for more than like 20 seconds in one song, and you're automatically the most annoying musician alive, right? So I'm like, oh, look at the shape. Oh, it holds the phone perfectly. Look, that's like $100 phone clip.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
There
Is
you
that
go.
any better? Should I slouch?
That's better.
What's going on?
You could probably slouch a little bit.
I normally do. There, how's that?
That's great.
And you can see my 5 head.
Even the even the phone doesn't want to be near the EBO. That's how it works.
It's like it's annoying. Get the thing away from me. I'm like, I can't believe it. I'm like, oh my God! I saw somebody at a local bar use one. I'm like, oh, I gotta have that.
Yeah, my guitar player.
I'm like on reverb the next day. Oh, I can get it tomorrow.
My guitar player used one for a couple of songs when I was doing predominantly the original thing, and it's definitely a very cool sound. But yeah, it's like a theremin, right? Like it's cool, but it can get on your nerves real fast. Yeah.
It's like, you're like, come on, just. You're hogging the song, Stop it.
Just enough.
We get it.
There's one of the bands from my youth. You probably have heard of these guys, I'm sure, is Fishbone. And so the funny thing is that Angelo Moore, the singer saxophonist or whatever, he has an alter ego called Dr. Mad Vibe. And when Dr. Mad Vibe comes out on stage, he plays the theremin. And literally in every Fishbone show since then, Angelo plays this weird theremin solo to almost every song. And you can see the rest of the band is just about ready to toss the thing into the audience.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, go ahead. Or I was just
going to say that I think, you can find a balance between, that whole concept of selling out. I mean, at some point we have to accept that as musicians, or there's a difference maybe between musicians and entertainers, right? In the sense of the word that you can make music art for art's sake and be the Peter Gabriels of the world, and that's cool. But at some point, if you want to attract that larger audience, until you make a name for yourself like a Peter Gabriel and you can put out whatever you want, there's a certain amount of more accessible stuff, I guess you would have to put. I mean, even Zappa did it, right? With the whole Overnight Sensation album was way more commercially accessible than, Jazz from Hell, for example, or Hot Rats. So I think there's a place for both. And what I ended up discovering is that while I was playing in a cover band, I could pick one of my original tunes that sounded like a cover song, and I would play it relatively close to that cover song and found that people were into it, right?
Right. Yeah, I've tried weeding them in too. I'm like sneaking one in there.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this one should go over well. But
sometimes the tongue-in-cheek thing works well too. It's like, okay, folks, here's your bathroom song. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. And
well, what we know, Lisa and I actually noticed over the past couple of years was indie bands were starting to go the other way by peppering their set with covers and stuff like that, I think to keep people interested, just to give them something to hold on to, and then go, okay, now we're gonna play an original. Like after we played something, we're going to. So I see, and then all of a sudden we've got a few bands in town that are like original bands, but 85% of the set is covers or reworked versions of someone else's songs. So,
Yeah.
which is cool. But if that's what you got to do to get people in the seats, then just, be the cover band.
Yeah.
I've totally embraced both. Like, so I don't think one is lesser than the other. Now I'm a changed man.
Well, if
I've
it's
seen the light.
any
I've been a
any
jerk,
consolation,
and I admit it.
if it's any consolation, I was like that when I was younger too. When I was like 18, 19, I'm like, I'm never going to play in a cover band. Or if I am, I'm going to play weird covers that only I get. And guess what? Only I got to play them for me. So,
You do. You kind of make your own bed in that regard. Like there's no guarantee that you're going to succeed. And look how hard the people who have succeeded actually worked. Like sleeping in the van, touring relentlessly, and then just to make like a modicum of success from it. It's really hard. Like there's Ebo. Even the Ebo won't hold. You're useless. You have no value in my life right now. I'm not talking to you, Chris. I'm talking to the Ebo.
I was hoping.
You understand? Yeah. So,
well, let me ask you this: in terms of this whole live streaming thing that you've started doing, and I noticed like the low tech shtick thing that you've got going on is I think is absolutely genius. Like when you do the little ticker thing, I think it's fantastic.
With the weather.
With the weather one was awesome. But how have you found it? How have you found it in terms of like some kind of financial compensation? Or you find that people are actually participating in it, and it's somewhat rewarding for you? Does it make up for the gigs?
No, it hasn't been financially rewarding. I've got a couple of tips so far. Like I've made a little bit of money doing the tip thing, and I wasn't sure that was the way I wanted to go in the first place, because I'm not a full-time musician. You yourself, you're a working musician. There's lots of working musicians in this town. And as soon as the whole COVID thing shut everybody down, I was like, oh my God, what about those people like yourself, Chichkin, Kay Oche, and all those people who are like working musicians? They rely on this stuff. What are they going to do? So here I am, just like, I'm getting the CERB, I'm getting EI. I really don't need the money. So I'm just sort of testing the water because I want to know if people are interested in what I'm doing in that regard. But I don't need the money.
Yeah.
And that said, like, I really don't need the money.
I was waiting for it to come up. Yeah,
that was shameless. Hey,
it certainly was.
I don't care.
No, it's good. And although I'm flattered that you would put me in the same category as Koche and Chichkin and guys like that. I am not a working musician. I have a full-time day job that I'm currently been laid off due to work shortage. So I'm collecting EI. I'm on the EI bandwagon right now. So. I think it's just there as a way to offset the extra gig money that you're going to lose. I mean, let's be straight. I mean, yes, we love performing, but we like getting paid for it too. I mean, that's definitely goes hand in hand, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I moved over to the bar band. Like that was basically, bar band was fueling my love for gear acquisition. So I mean, like the Ebo.
What a wise purchase
bar
that was.
Made, it's all. I don't know what. Maybe I will buy a theremin next.
If you could get a theremin and play it with the Ebo, I think the universe would implode.
It's just like that note. The first time someone tried it, that note is still playing.
That's right.
Right now.
That was the Big Bang. Actually, not a lot of people know this, but in an alternate universe, somebody played a theremin with an Ebo and then. It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. So I have a regular viewer to this program. She's a sweetheart. She's from Kenora, Jocelyn. And the first question that she always asks when I see guests that come on that have guitars in the background is, which one of those is your favorite guitar, and does it have a name?
I don't name guitars, even though I do. I think it's an egotistical thing to do. And you're kind of, I don't know, what do you call it? Are you pandering? You're humoring your audience by doing so? Like Lucille for BB King and
Sure.
all that, or whatever. Yeah, I like I can point a finger at that guy, right? You're a fraud. You ain't no blues man.
Okay, well,
Anyways,
naming
so the
aside, what's your
one is
favorite?
favorite one's this one. This was also this is a 2015 Les Paul Traditional, and like every other Les Paul, the G string wouldn't stay in tune. So I changed the tuners. Oh well, you look at that.
Yeah, hang on a second. I want to hold this up too. We could be twins.
You know what? This guitar is so special to me. I would like it if everyone would just turn away right now and not look at it.
Although, wait, mine does have one extra aftermarket add-on that yours does not have, sir.
Oh, let me see. Is it visual?
I'm gonna see if I can get it close enough to the camera. Hang on a second.
Oh, you know what?
That came off of a Zares package of something. I'm not sure where, but somebody slapped it on the guitar at a gig, and I just kept it there.
I'm like, I don't. I've been one upped here. I don't know. I think I'm going to sell this thing tomorrow. Actually, now.
Well, what makes it your favorite? Because I have the same problem. Mine's a knockoff Les Paul. Mine's an Epiphany. So at least yours is, or an Epiphone. So at least yours is real.
Yeah, it is. But I have a whole wall of Epiphones because I always loved Epiphones because I did own maybe a dozen Les Pauls before I bought that one. But I've got these are all Epiphones here, and this Gold Top 56 reissue Epiphone Gold Top is still a great guitar. And I've been in a band with a guy, John Ashley, bass player, who says that's still better sounding guitar than the Les Paul. But
Really?
yeah. But like I was saying, every Les Paul buyer who usually gets one, they're like, "Oh my God, I love this thing! Now I'm going to change everything on it."
Yes.
So I changed the tuners, I changed the pickups, and I mean, there are historic reissues of 59s out there that guys pay $7 or $8 for, and the first thing they do is change everything.
I love the guitar so much. Let me just change everything about it.
I love you, now change.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
but have you actually solved the G string detuning issue? Because I swear,
You know what? I went over to a guy who everybody in town loves, Steve Chapman.
Heck yeah.
Fixes guitars in his basement on Ottawa Street.
Yes.
I took those snot green tuners that came with this one off, and I put like a $15 set of Grover nickel
Yep.
tuners on there, and I bought some of that nut sauce thing, and that's not like innuendo. It's actually called nut sauce.
Yeah. No, I got it.
And it's fine. It's fine now. Yeah.
Perfect.
So I'm good with it. I want another one. I want a gold top. I want a whole bunch of stuff. This COVID thing's just killing me.
Yeah. Well,
I promised I wouldn't cry on television or on the internet.
Do
but
it.
There are
It
lots
makes
of videos of me crying.
it makes
on
for
the
better
internet.
ratings for sure. Speaking of the whole COVID thing, one of the things that we're talking with people for the reason, one of the reasons that we're talking to people there, I can actually talk. One of the reasons we're talking to folks is to find out, some people are naturally adept at just having a whole bunch of time on their hands, and they know how to fill that time very easily. And it's not, like you said, it's not a big change for them. But there are lots of other folks who might be really struggling right now, trying to find ways to fill their days or keep their minds active or things like that.
I can imagine.
What do you guys do to like kind of pass the time? You know, maybe both of you together, or even just you individually, and maybe you have some suggestions for folks who are really kind of struggling.
Well, I did a thing the other night on Andrew McLeod's page where it was kind of an isolation handoff thing where a guy would play, then hand the Facebook link off to someone else, and it was just sort of a gig from everybody's living room or whatever.
Andrew McLeod.
And Andrew McLeod, and the guy who played before me was Max Marshall, and who is fantastic. And try following him. It's like that scene in that movie. I forget what movie it was, but it was where Jerry Lee Lewis had to follow Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
And it's like, follow that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's a fire on the stage. So I'm like, okay, so Max made a point. So this is the time. If you're dissatisfied with your life or your vocation or anything in any way, you've got money coming in from Trudeau. You've got every opportunity to just look at your own life and say, I need to make a change. This is the time to do it. Really, it's like if you hate your day job, if you don't like the way things are going, if you have dreams that you're like, nah, that'll never work. I go to work for 8 hours a day. I come home and I'm tired. I don't feel like building the dream afterwards, right? This is the time right now. So, yeah, like me, I'm getting up in the morning. I'm heading up right here to the studio, and I'm either working on learning cover songs or I'm trying to write. And like, holy shit, I feel fulfilled. I'd forgotten what that could be, you know? It was like something, it was being fulfilled with something you squeeze in on the weekend for a couple hours, you know?
Which is exactly why I called today's segment Soulful Sunday, right? It's try to find that thing that enriches your soul, because that's what it's all about.
It is. It's like, I'm making it sound like melodramatic or like I'm waxing poetic or something like that, but it's true. This is the perfect time to just change tracks if you can or if you want to.
Yeah. We no longer have the excuse of, well, if I only had the time, you know, I'm so busy right now, I can't make the time. Well, the time has been given to you. And I've taken to calling this the cocoon period, right? Where we're all kind of trapped inside of these little shells of ours, and we're going to discover the things about ourselves that we want to make better, or the things that we love about ourselves to improve upon those. And then eventually the cocoon's going to split open, and we're going to come out, and some of us may be totally different than when we went in.
Yeah, like a final scene for a movie where all the bands are lifted.
Yeah,
and then you don't see anyone coming out of the houses. It's just they decide to stay.
Forget it. We're just staying in here.
Why do I want to go back to that?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you said that you went back into the studio to start writing. So I want to ask you this. You know, as a songwriter, oftentimes you draw upon your emotional well-being or your emotional context to kind of create songs, right? And sometimes we can find that our emotional spheres are kind of influenced by whatever externalized stuff is going on right now. So for example, in this time of, for some people it's fear or uncertainty or panic or dread, do you find that those kind of emotions are affecting the way that you write, or are you finding that you're using your writing as kind of a bubble to keep all this stuff away?
I've always used it as a bubble. I'm very I'm introspective. Like I really do feel like I'm a metaphysical caveman. I'm like Bubble Boy. Remember the John Travolta movie Bubble Boy? I'm like like we just talked about at the end of the Bubble Boy movie, he gets out of the bubble and goes and rides a horse, and then he's susceptible to whatever germ he's going to catch. But okay,
Right.
I'm going to live my life anyways. If I was that guy at the end of that movie, I would just stay in the bubble. I'd be like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good here. Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's fine. The credits are going by. I'm like, nope. Fool
So
me once.
you don't find that there's any kind of danger then of the especially if you happen to be watching the news or watching television, where they're constantly just presenting the facts, which in this case are depressing. You don't find that that's coloring your work at all?
No, like no more than usual. Like my own lyrics are a very I don't know, they're downbeat. They're a little sad. I'm kind of like a paradox like that. I write something that's kind of gut wrenching and it makes me happy. I'm like, as long as I nailed that thought that I was trying to get down, then it makes me happy, even if it's kind of a dark idea.
Gotcha.
So, and I only write from the way I see things, the way I see myself, and the way I see myself react to other people. So nothing's changed for me as a writer or a performer or anything like that. Nothing's changed. I'm like, actually, I love this. I absolutely love this.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
I'm not saying I'm glad people are sick, and I'm glad that our economic mansion built on toothpicks on the beach is crumbling. I'm not happy for that, because there's going to be aftermath, and it's not going to be pretty. But the isolation thing, I love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's great.
And you're not alone in that. We've had a few people that have said, that they were built for times like this. And, I consider myself the same way. Like, I mean, really, I get to get up every day and come out here and do the thing I love. That's awesome.
And that's it, right? Like, I don't know your story or your professional life or anything like that, but I just went to work because I wasn't able to make enough money as a musician. So that's my great compromise. Okay, I'll do this for you, which is something I wouldn't do for free, but in exchange to have all this, right?
Yeah.
So that's the compromise. That's the agreement.
The trade-off. Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah. But the first 6 hours of my day that I spend up here is me living my own dream.
Yeah.
So I love doing it, and I think anyone artistic, anyone who likes to perform, I think once that's in you, you can't just surgically remove it or forget about it, or
No.
It's always in there. And I know guys who are like actually every guy in my high school class became extremely successful financially, but the ones who like to play, they can't take it out of them. They go out on the weekends, they do it, they set up in the basement. It's like it's in you. You can't run away from it. You got to have it.
Yeah.
I'm like it. I've been gladly playing guitar every day of my life since I was 12. So I mean, it's just something I don't even think of. I just love doing it. And there's absolutely no compromise or trade-off or agreement going on there. It's just something that I love to do. So
Agreed.
I mean, if I could, yeah. If I could make a living from it, that'd be lovely. But it didn't happen, at least not yet.
It's what my grandfather used to tell me. He had this saying that, you do what you want to do, or you do what you have to do so that you can do what you want to do. Right. And that's as long as you can find a balance there that works for you, then,
And that's the life I'm living right now. Yes. Yeah. Well, not right now. Right now I'm living the life that I want to live. And, but before the COVID era, which I guess we might call it, I don't know. Will we call it that? I don't know. I'm not a historian by trade.
I think it has to last like 1,000 years before we call it an era, which I don't think any of us are ready for. I want to ask you the same question I've been asking everyone, and that is, we know the rules, we know what we're, during this pandemic time, we know what we're supposed to be doing, what we're not supposed to be doing, but just on your own social barometer, your own personal feeling, what do you think it is that people should or shouldn't be doing, or if we are doing something, is there something we could be doing better?
With regard to what?
The social distancing maybe, or just the dealing with other humans, or dealing with this pandemic in general.
Oh, man, I haven't given that any thought. I don't know. Like I live just a little ways away from the Ford test track, and I ride my bike there every day to get some exercise. And I wish that at 5 o'clock every day there were fewer people there. So maybe my advice would be to stay home when I actually want to leave the house. Would that be okay? Is that good? Is that a little myopic?
It might be. I mean, if we could get like a Jeff Stiles symbol that you could light off in the sky like Batman, we all know that that's our signal to just remain indoors.
Yeah, like Chairman Mao, Batman kind of thing.
Well, I was thinking like an Ebo, a giant Ebo in the sky.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
That's where we all ascend to.
Jeff, I want to thank you so much for being willing to be a part of the conversation.
Thank you for having me. This was a riot.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. I agree, and
Yeah.
I look forward to having the opportunity to see you do your live stream again as well. Have you decided on a regular day?
No, and you know what? I was thinking about that today. Like maybe I'm messing people around by just doing it when I want to, but I really want this to be all about me and what I want to do.
Sure.
So I'm just going to do it when I want to. Like today I realized that if I have 1,000 followers and some of them don't live in Essex County, and it might not be a nice day where they are,
Yeah.
then they might not understand the fact that I'm taking a day off because I want to go outside and do yard work or something.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
fair enough.
But right now I want it to be, it's probably not a great business decision, but I want it to be all about when I want to do it, so that I'm putting 100% of me into it when I'm actually performing. So
For sure.
I think people benefit from that.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, again, I want to thank you so much for being willing to do this.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's no problem, man. And do me a favor, when we're done, just if you can, copy and paste a link to your Facebook page into the comments for the video so that people can go check you out.
Do what? Oh, copy
and paste your Facebook page, a link to it in the comments on the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that way everybody that's watching will be able to see it and they'll be able to check you out, because they should.
Okay,
it's highly entertaining.
A link to my own Facebook page.
Yeah.
In your comment section.
That's right. And then when people go there, they will see your page and be able to check you out.
Okay, I feel like we're in that
infinitely recursive.
We're in a Monty Python skit right now. We're in the Holy Grail where Buddy's instructing the security guard to stay here and watch this guy.
Yeah.
So you stand here and make sure he doesn't leave. And then the security guard follows him out.
Yeah.
Says, no, you stay here and make sure he doesn't leave. Oh, okay, fine. And then he still follows him out. It's like, I get it, though. I
thought perhaps you were concerned about getting into an infinitely recursive loop of links where the link links into the link, and then before you know it, we're all swallowed up.
Like the Mickey Mouse T-shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
much like
absolutely.
That. All right, my friend. Until we speak again, please be safe.
Yes.
And
yeah, you too.
I look forward to checking out your next live cast.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it. Have a great night, Chris.
All right, man. Take care.
See ya.
Well, there you go. A lovely conversation with a lovely person. I was going to say with a lovely man, but that may not come across the way that he intended it. All right, I'm going to disconnect the call here. I hope he doesn't think that's rude, but he is no longer live. I want to put on a piece of music for a second so I can go over and check some comments out that I can't see right now. And then we will be right back. And we are rapidly coming up on our second guest already, but I had promised Sherry Gardner that I would play some Harry Chapin, so we're gonna get with that as well. But we'll be right back.
Bus stop, what day she's there, I say, please share my umbrella. Bus stop, bus go, she stays, love grows under my umbrella. Oh, all that summer we enjoyed it, wind and rain and shine. That umbrella we employed it, by August she was mine. Every morning I would see her waiting at the stop. Sometimes she'd shop and she would show me what she bought. Other people stared as if we were both quite insane. Someday my name and hers are going to be the same. That's the way the whole thing started. Silly, but it's true. Thinking of a sweet romance beginning in a queue. Came the sun, the ice was melting, no more sheltering now. Nice to think that that umbrella led me to a vow. Every morning I would see her waiting at the stop. Sometimes she'd shop and she would show me what she bought. Other people stared as if we were both quite insane. Someday my name and hers are going to be the same. Bus stop, what day she's there, I say, please share my umbrella. Bus stop, bus go, she stays, love grows under my umbrella. All that summer we enjoyed it, wind and rain and shine. That umbrella we employed it, by August she was mine.
Well, there we had the talented Mr. JoJo, who also plays a mean David Lee Roth. Well, I shouldn't say mean. I don't know his temperament exactly, but plays a great David Lee Roth in the Van Halen Invasion, one of the bands I can't wait to go check out when this whole thing is lifted and they come back around. Hey there, Twitch. I feel I can say that because you're like literally the only one that ever comments. Oh, no, there was somebody else before. SAUT1448 says Big OT. Whatever that means. Anyway, it's Twitch. Nobody knows what these people mean. All right. We had a request for some Harry Chapin, and I want to acknowledge that. If Sherry's still listening, I hope she is. Let's see if we can do this. It does have a beat, so we'll try to do a beat.
arrived just the other day. He came to the world in the usual way, but there were planes to catch and bills to pay. He learned to walk while I was away, and he was talking for I knew it. And as he grew, he said, I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, the little boy blue and the man in the moon. Sun turned 10 just the other day. He said, thanks for the ball, Dad, come on, let's play. Can you teach me to throw? I said, not today, I got a lot to do. He said, that's okay. He walked away, but his smile never dimmed. He said, I'm gonna be like him, yeah. You know I'm gonna be like him. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. And when you're coming home, Dad, I don't know when, but we'll get together then. You'll know we'll have a good time then. Well, he came home from college just the other day. So much like a man, I just had to say, son, I'm proud of you. Can you see for a while? He shook his head and he said with a smile, what I really like, Dad, is to borrow the car keys. See you later, can I have them, please? And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. And when you're coming home, son, I don't know when, but we'll get together then, Dad. You know we'll have a good time then. Long since retired, my son's moved away. I called him up just the other day. He said, I'd like to see you if you don't mind. He said, I'd love to, Dad, if I could find the time. You see, my new job's a hassle and the kids have the flu, but it's sure nice talking to you, Dad. It's been sure nice talking to you. And as I hung up the phone, it occurred to me, you'd grown up just like me. A boy was just like me. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. When you're coming home, son, I don't know when, but we'll get together then. You'll know we'll have a good time then. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man in the moon. And when you're coming home, son, I don't know when, but we'll get together then, Dad. You know we'll have a good time then.
There we go. A little Harry Chapin. Sherry, I hope you were still around for that one. Yes, Kevin Reno does say hello. He's the Twitch guy. He's Tech 2674. So there you go. He's the guy looking after our cat at the house party. That's why he's your favorite. Let's get a little jazzy. I feel like getting a little jazzy. You were testing my account, and it apparently is not working because that was sent over by Julie. So I don't understand. Like I don't get why it's not working. It's really irritating though. Like I can't emphasize how irritating it is, but especially since that's the page where the bulk of people are watching. So it's like great, everybody can comment from all these other platforms, but the one place where everyone is congregating, I can't see the comments for. Super fantastic. Yeah, that'll work. got brushes. It's great. I love it.
When I'm walking, I see you, and I'm wondering what it must be like to be you. You're a sunrise, you're heaven, you're the reason that God rested on day 7. You're one fine thing. When I'm dreaming, I love you, and I know that there is just one version of you. Can I have you? I need you. If you tell me where you want to go, I'll lead you. You're one fine thing. Well, I've flirted, I've dated, and I'm thinking the single life is overrated. So I'll loiter and linger, and I'll try to get a ring around your finger. You're one fine thing. You're one fine thing. You're one fine thing.
All right, a little Harry Connick Jr. Just for the heck of it. Just for the heck of it. Well, now what? Oh, I mentioned Fishbone to Jeff. This is a song off their Truth and Soul album. I know I've played it a couple of times, but it's such a great tune, especially for times like this, especially when what Jeff and I were talking about, where, you know, if you don't like what you're doing, or you don't like who you happen to be, maybe, or you're just looking to make a change. That's what this is about. This song is about making a social change, but there's no reason why you can't apply it to yourself.
There's a light on a hill that's far out in the distance, and it calls out my name. It calls out for a change. Faraway voices that want their own choices sigh for a plea as it calls out for change. Ooh, change. Ooh, change. Ooh, we can change today. We can change today. We can change today. To the root of mankind, it billows out bitter winds. Youth cry out for today, strength cry out for change. Yet it seems clear to me, it pounds inside my soul. Why don't we all see we can cry out for change? Ooh, change. Ooh, change. Deep inside our hearts, there's a love you can feel it. It's a love that assures we can cry out for change. The dark clouds that did dance to the blue skies here before me make it plain to my eyes. We can cry out for change. Ooh, change. Ooh, change. Ooh, we can change today. We can change today. We can change today.
It's from the Fishbone Truth and Soul album. I highly recommend you guys check it out. There's a bunch of tunes that I want to actually try from that album, but being that they're like a funk, punk, ska band, that album's a little bit of a departure for them because it gets a little bit more in the R&B side. So there's stuff that I think I'm going to be able to pull off from there, but not entirely sure. Well, we're about a minute early for our next guest, but that's okay. I'd rather be slightly early or even right on time. Gosh, can you imagine? I hear that there are people that make schedules and then stick to them. Foreign concept to me. Well, I had the pleasure of seeing our next guest perform on multiple occasions when she lived here in the Windsor area. And then, as so often is the case, she met a young man. They hit it off. They got married, and he whisked her away. But not anywhere even locally. He whisked her away to Grimsby, Ontario, which I'm not even sure where that is. So that's one of the questions I'm going to ask. I want to know if that's a real place. Is that a real place? So yeah, we'll chat with her about that. She is a singer-songwriter, and she also is a music educator, and she also is a talent developer. So that song we played earlier on was one of the songs that she helped produce. So if we just get her to answer the phone, we'll be halfway there. Well, I'm not really early anymore now. I'm exactly on time. So let's try this. Let's hang up and we'll call back. Pull out my best Lily Tomlin. 1 ringy dingy. 2 ringy dingy. Yeah, she said it sounded good, so I'm assuming that she was online and watching. And now we'll just the strange things happen. People have to do things like go to the bathroom. It's been known to happen. I'm dying to play this Elvis Costello song again as well, because now that I found my new favorite little thing here. And there's that line in the song that says, "Invisible shivers running down my spine," and I just want to hit that key. It's going to be so good. I might even get Julie to do it. It's 1 key. It's 2 C's above middle C. I don't know, Amanda Waltz. I'm not getting an answer here on the Facebook. We're gonna try one more time and then figure out what's going on. Mothership to Amanda. Come in, Amanda. Well, maybe I'll get to play the Elvis Costello song sooner than later. And then, oh, I saw something change. Yes. Okay, perfect. We're getting there. Well, let me change my camera angle first and foremost so that we get it off of the keyboard cam. There we go. Oh, fantastic. Nope. Flip the camera back around if you can so we get widescreen. That would be much better if possible. Let's see. We're in portrait mode. If we can flip the camera sideways so we get into landscape mode. Awesome. Perfect. That's perfect. Don't change a thing. It's fantastic. All right. So let me see if I can get her over onto the. That wasn't the chat. That's the chat. Here we go. Amanda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you for being there. First of all, let me ask you the most important question, because you do have little ones with you. Is everybody there happy and healthy?
Yes, we are very happy. We're healthy. You know, every day's a little bit different, but we're getting through this pandemic together. Yes.
Fantastic. That is the most important thing. So I know that you wear a lot of different hats musically, and I say that as a joke because every time I would see you perform, you'd have this wonderful fedora. But
I was gonna wear it today.
See, we should have been on the same page. Which part do you want to talk about first? Do you want to talk about performing? Do you want to talk about writing? Do you want to talk about teaching? Do you want to talk about producing? Which one of these do you want to talk about first?
Well, I guess let's just talk about songwriting because it's my passion.
All right, let's do it. Tell us a little bit about how you got interested in songwriting in the first place and what motivates you to do it.
I think just being surrounded by good music all your life, you kind of get, I, as a creative type, I got very inspired. So I started writing very young, actually. I would make my own songs when I was like 5 or 6. And I was lucky enough, I'm adopted, and my birth family were I'm adopted. My birth family is not, I ended up meeting my family later, but my adoptive family, they were so kind to set me up with piano lessons. So I've been playing piano my whole life, right? So I think what really started it was going through some tough times, and trying to find that outlet.
Yeah, I think that's always the case, is that, a lot of times we find that our creativity is kind of spurred into life by some challenges. And I think as creative types, that's our catharsis, right? That's our therapy. We tend to externalize all these things that we're feeling and expose them to the light in the hopes that we can maybe better understand them.
Right, exactly.
I want to ask you this then, coming from a writing standpoint, just like I was talking with Jeff earlier and a couple of the other folks we've had on the program, is, because we allow ourselves to be influenced by these emotional times that we live in, and we, especially the emotions within us. Do you find that during this time when there's all this external influence in terms of, some panic or fear or uncertainty, do you find that that is tending to color the things that you're writing, or are you using your writing as a shield to kind of keep everything away?
That's a good question because uh, I feel a little bit scared and things like that, but I am writing more positive, like on the brighter side type of song, just trying to help myself keep positive in the situation. And I do have 2 kids, and my husband's now laid off. He's in the automotive industry, and it's like an uncertain time, right?
For sure.
So yeah, so I've been trying to stay positive, actually trying.
Yeah. Well, it's a challenge for sure. And I mean, let alone the fact that normally when we write, it's it is a time of self-isolation, if not certainly a time of introspection, right? Where we're looking within ourselves, and that can be difficult to do when you have a house full of folks around you that are probably demanding attention from you as well, right?
Right, absolutely. It's been, it's trying to balance everything. So, now I'm school teacher, which I don't mind because I like teaching, but um, I'm really getting an insider scoop on how like how my child is doing in school.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle. And then, just seeing my husband just a little bit like, he's just down. He's not himself, he just wants to get out there and work and socialize. And Mason, he'll just say, like, quarantine, or like random things. So.
Well, how is it working for you in terms of education? Are you teaching music? Is that the subject that you're teaching?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you find that transition to teaching something like musically online? Because you would think when it comes to something with rhythm, that you would really need, or you might be hampered by that latency, right? That delay that happens when we're trying to communicate over the internet. So how do you compensate for that, or do you find that it's really an issue?
Oh, I found it very much an issue, okay, in the beginning. Then, I realized that I needed more RAM for my computer. And then, we just got to cut down on that latency as best we can by using, external devices and hoping they work. And quite frankly, mine wasn't working when you called me. Like, I have you all set up. I have a mic here and everything.
Yeah.
I can't even use it.
Fantastic. Technology makes our lives easier until it doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you find your students are reacting to the kind of online learning? Are they embracing it, or is it a struggle for the younger ones maybe, or the older ones?
You know what? I found that they do enjoy it. Sometimes they actually are progressing even more with the online thing, because there's the practice problem, right?
Yeah.
Getting those kids to practice. And now that I've shifted everything online, I found like music games and just things to keep it more interesting. I'll even like show them an inspirational video about like their favorite singer or something,
Sure.
just to get them like in that zone of greatness, So I like to mix it up and make it fun for them,
For
so
sure.
they do learn.
Well, I was talking with Barry Rumble a little while ago, who you may have known him from the Windsor area when you were here, but he's a music teacher as well. And he was saying that he found the same thing, that there were some of his students that were progressing a little faster from the online thing. And I was wondering, does it have something to do with the fact that, I mean, both you and Barry are very lovely, accommodating, patient people, but you're still adults. And sometimes when there's an adult, in a position of authority in a supervisory role, sitting in the practice space, people feel a little intimidated by it. So do you think that maybe the kids feel a little freer without, knowing that you're there virtually, but you're not kind of standing over them with a metronome and a ruler?
Right. Yeah, and that's interesting, and I wouldn't doubt that they are feeling like more comfortable, more in control of their environment. Um, but like I also, want them to feel comfortable like in class too. So
For sure.
um, but I did notice that, I tuned into Barry Rumble. It was really cool seeing all those different instruments, and he was he was saying that the parents get involved, and
Yeah.
that is like depending on the situation, it's a really helpful thing for music teachers to get the parents involved,
Yeah.
right? So I've had a few students whose moms have been tuning in and just being there, so they have that hands-on, right?
Yeah, which is great because it helps you maintain that kind of disciplinary measure, right? Because you're not there to kind of correct them when they go off course or to make sure they're paying attention. Um,
Right.
have you heard from any parents where it's a challenge for them because so many of us are now working from home? So the problem though is that when we're working from home and our kids are schooling at home and maybe our spouses are also working from home, suddenly uh,
Yeah.
unfair as it may be, the moms are the ones that end up being pulled in 100 different directions. So have you heard from parents that it is kind of a struggle to try to maintain the work learning balance for everybody?
Absolutely. I have parents that are nurses, so they've been on the front lines. I have some that are teachers who are teaching from home. So, yes, I think this is a common thing, but women can handle it.
Yeah,
Girl
for sure.
power.
For sure. Oh no, it was not a knock for sure. Not a knock for sure.
No, no,
Yeah.
I didn't think
Yeah.
so. No, I'm just saying, like, girl power. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I think we are being pulled in many different directions, and but that's our nature. And as long as we get some me time, just
Sure.
sit in some quiet, or go for a walk, um, or play music, or write, do what you like,
Yeah.
right? Then I think it's all for the good cause, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think that as a result of this, there's been a lot of talk from employees talking to their employers about, hey, I don't need to go to an office anymore. I can literally do my job from home, and sometimes we've seen productivity has actually gone up from people that are working from home. But do you think that something like teaching, maybe music teaching, even more so the private lessons, not necessarily on the school board. But you think that this whole virtually teaching aspect is really going to become more adopted after this time period because we're kind of forced to do it now, and maybe it's going to get a little more accepted?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's a little, you need some gear, right, to make it happen properly, right? So, and it's important to be patient with the students, but I do absolutely think this is the future, right?
Yeah.
And it's the whole world out there though, so it's a good thing,
Hmm.
right? And
Well,
there's many teachers all over the world, right? So we can all share together, and teach and help grow this wonderful world, right?
absolutely. And you bring up a good point is that because there's no limitation of geography, you could
Mhm.
technically be teaching somebody in Slovenia right now, apart from maybe not speaking Slovenian. That might be your,
Right.
your only stumbling block there.
Subtitles.
Exactly. Yeah, you can subtitle. It's perfect. Let's talk a little bit about the production side of things. So I played a song that you sent over earlier. Is the artist name Yash? Is that the am I
Yeah,
pronouncing that correctly? So tell me a little bit about that project and what excites you about producing other people's music as a musician yourself.
yeah. Well, about 2 years ago, Yash came to my studio, um, and he sang, and I was just like, wow, like you've got a great voice. You've got um, a great voice, and he had written a song, right? And so I'm like, wow, I think we can really make this into something, reputable, right? Um, because like starting out, mind you, he's 14 or at the time when we
Mm.
started writing, and so like for his first song, like this song is really nicely done. So I am a little bit biased because I was a songwriter as well.
Right.
And I did track the vocals, okay, which was a horrible time. And we did record in a mattress booth, which, you know, once you hear these vocals, very pristine.
Yeah, fantastic. Now, I know that you
Yeah,
had...
we used...
No, sorry.
Go ahead.
I know that you had experience yourself with kind of being taken under the wing with Denny Bastrish, you know, doing that whole songwriting thing. So do you feel like this is now, you know, the changing of the guard, for example, like you're now able to take the lessons that you've learned from being under someone's tutelage, and now you're able to apply that to other people?
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, I've had a lot of mentors in my life, and that's what I feel I'm doing now. I'm mentoring the young aspiring musicians and sometimes parents too. But my passion has always been in like talent, like searching it out, promoting it, sort of getting them started, right? That's always been a passion of mine. I've dreamt of like opening up my own talent agency one day or something.
Yeah, well,
that's like one of my goals.
Okay, so let me assume that we flash forward 5 years into the future, and I, as a young aspiring songwriter, look up the Amanda Waltz Talent Agency in Grimsby, Ontario. First off, where the hell is that?
Oh man, it's cool. It's in wine country.
Oh, like Napa area?
No, not in San Francisco.
No, sorry, no, Niagara. Niagara is what I'm thinking. The Niagara, yeah. Sorry.
No, it's cool. Yeah, Niagara area. Yeah, it's beautiful out here. It's a little bit untouched, but I don't want to talk about it because people keep coming here, and I don't.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I won't even put it up anymore. Where you're from? You're from Hamilton. It's great.
Yeah, Toronto.
Well, what I would hope is that, you know, if you do end up starting, you know, some kind of talent and promotion, you know, thing, is that you would direct some of that back down this way, because that's something we're sadly lacking in this area, is anybody to kind of create a cohesive network of talent that can be farmed out to there is so much talent in this area, as you well know. And it's just, it's impossible for these folks to get recognized, and it's driving me crazy, but that's a story for another time. When you're producing things, because you're a songwriter yourself, do you find that there's a danger there of you wanting the person that you're producing to end up sounding like something that you would have written, or are you able to adapt to the style that they want?
Yes, I find myself to be very adaptive, right? So yeah, that's key. My battery's dying. Oh no.
Oh,
I gotta like All right, no, we'll figure it out.
All right,
I got 5%.
All right,
I'll figure it out in a second.
Yeah, we got this. We're rounding the home stretch anyway, so we're good.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, I find myself to be very adaptive, and like I kind of take their idea and I try to bring a little bit of a structure to it, but like I don't want to do too much structuring because like it's their creative piece, right? Sure. And in songwriting there are no rules, right? You can make whatever you want, and what, you know, mainstream stuff, I mean, yes, they got to be under 4 minutes and you know, sure, all those silly rules, but it's yeah, I find it sometimes I'm like, do you really want to use that lyric? And they're like, yes I do. And I'm like, okay.
That brings up another important question, you know, and I do want to say, you know, that while there are frameworks within which you generally write music, it's the people that are recognized for greatness that generally challenge those frameworks, right? If you go back into the early histories of classical music, you know, Mozart and Bach, they were the people that really challenged the way that music was being written at the time and came out with their different modes and things, and helped grow and change the way that we listen to music. But when you're talking to these folks, especially if they happen to be a little on the younger, more impetuous side, how do you find your role as a producer in the sense of when you make a suggestion? Uh-oh. That's
I just
okay.
plugged in.
We lost video for. Oh, there you are. Okay.
There,
Perfect.
sorry, I just plugged in, so
Yeah.
I didn't lose you.
All good. All good. When you're talking to these younger folks about making some changes or tweaks here or there, do you often get people that are resistant to that idea in the sense that I'm the artist, I write this, I'm going to say how it goes, or are they willing to kind of bend and listen to the producer's side of things?
I think they're very open because they're still learning as well. So I think they have been very open, and that's the best thing you can be when you're a songwriter, because it's like you want to build those good relationships, those trusting relationships, right? And I, as approaching it from a producer standpoint, like I want the best for this person for what they want, right?
Sure.
So that's the first question I always ask is, what do you want, right? So I think that's a good thing to keep in mind when you are a producer, right? Or any teacher or anything, because like they're not going to want to do it if they don't like what they're doing, right?
For sure. But mostly I find that, definitely among the younger folks, there's a real tendency to want to do it the way they want to do it and to not really pay attention to what somebody else wants to craft their art like. So, sometimes they can be a little resistant to that. And especially I find among younger folks, they're really passionate about the way that they want to do it. And they're kind of often hesitant to change. Especially because art is something so personal, right? When they write these songs, it's my experience, it's my song. So, but as a producer, it's sort of the job to nudge it in a particular direction, I think, right?
Yeah, and honestly, I think I've been lucky this far. I've had some really nice kids who aren't that egotistical, and open-minded and willing to learn. I've gotten very lucky that way. But by all means, if anyone were to come right out and say like, no, I don't want to make any changes to anything, like I would respect that, because like they know what they want, right? So
sure. It also might be a teachable moment too, right? You may be able to say, well, listen, we can do this where we're going to add some hooks in here, maybe change the structure a little bit, and it might be more accessible and get you more views or get you more listeners or fans. And they'll say, nope, I want it done exactly this way. And you can say, okay. And when it happens, if it unfortunately fails to attract a lot of attention, you can say, what did we learn from the first thing? Let's try it again a different way, right?
Exactly. Yes. Love that.
Yeah, I want to turn a little bit on the personal side, not too personal, but just in the sense that we have a lot of folks that are handling this situation very well. They're fine being confined to the house a little bit more than they would be normally, and then you have other folks who are really having a struggle, really having a challenge, trying to find a way for them to stay mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically active. And I'm wondering, do you have anything that you can kind of pass on in terms of the way that you guys as a family have been kind of passing the time?
Oh, well, is PS4 like a good thing to pass on? I don't know.
Why not? Why not?
Hey, my kids are like really good at Rocket League now, so I don't know if anyone wants a challenge, I challenge you to my 7 and 3-year-old. But aside from that, we've been doing a lot of planting. We have some large gardens around our property, so we've been enjoying that process and just really digging into schoolwork and life lessons and putting, my all into everything I'm doing right now, except for the cleaning. That's kind of been like
Fair enough. I saw a great thing, by the
way.
I
have a teammate.
You can you have my permission now to use this. Don't tell Derek that I suggested this, but what you can do is I saw it posted this it was like a wife posting on Facebook, and she said, I told my husband the other day that I saw a cockroach in the bathroom, and he immediately went in and he wiped everything down and cleaned it spotlessly and blah blah blah, and tomorrow I'm going to put the cockroach in the kitchen. So there, that's my little trick for you. So
Okay.
Let me know how that works out.
I think my son has a cockroach that
There,
actually
see,
moves, so it's
perfect,
cool.
perfect. I just want to read off a couple comments here. Pamela Taylor says hello out to everyone, and Blair Vasey says, Amanda, you would be an amazing talent recruiter. So there you go. You've already got some
Aw.
support. You've already got some support drummed up.
Blair would be my first person.
I'll try not to take that personally.
No, no, I wanted to say to you too.
Oh, okay.
But we got off to a rocky start. Sorry about that. You are sounding great.
Oh, thanks.
Like your piano playing is on point, and your voice, like, it's been a few years since I moved out here, but you've really, really grown a lot.
Oh, thanks.
And my husband, we love the song, the Cat Stevens song that you did. It was
nice.
really a good song for you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks. Well, now,
Yeah.
I mean,
And congrats on the 100 subscribers too.
Yeah, that's weird, right? It's bizarre. I don't know what to do with all this newfound celebrity. I'm going to go and buy a yacht, start doing cocaine or something. I'm not sure.
No, no.
I want to ask you the other questions that I've been kind of asking everybody, because it's part of the reason to have these conversations is to find the common things that keep us together as people, right, and drive us forward, and those kind of connections that we can make with each other. And that's, what of this life of normalcy about a month and a half ago, what's the thing that you miss the most?
Just being able to go out to the grocery store and not worrying about, like, just like wiping everything. Like, it's good to be clean, okay? Like, maybe we all need to wash our hands a little more. But yeah, like, it's a strange experience out there.
Yeah.
And lining up outside the grocery stores, like this is strange times.
Yeah.
Right?
Agreed, 100%. Well, then on the flip side of that, if we look at the fact that now we are forced to be at home, maybe for some it's fine, but maybe more often than we're used to, has there been anything in this kind of, forced confinement that you have found, to your surprise, has been peaceful or joyful or comforting? And I know that you've got young kids, so maybe not peaceful is the wrong word, but you know what I'm driving at, right? Has there been something that, to your surprise, you kind of went, yeah, this isn't so bad?
Yeah, I really enjoy teaching, like, because now my son, is at home learning, right? So I really enjoy doing that with him, and just being able to spend some really good time with my husband, who normally works like 60 hours a week.
Yeah.
Right? So just being all together, it's been really, it's kind of like makes you want to strangle people at times.
Yes.
At times, but it's also great. Like, I wouldn't trade it for the world. You know what I mean? So
well, we have that
it made
great.
me really appreciate that.
We have that great quote that somebody said, that there are going to be two things that come out of this, and that's going to be more divorces or more babies.
That's exactly what my husband said.
That's it.
What
exactly.
he doesn't know is going to be one of them. No, I'm just kidding.
Whoa, divorced babies. Divorced babies coming your way. Denny Bastrish jumps in the comments on YouTube and says, hi, Amanda, see you tomorrow online. So there you go.
Yes, we've been writing a song together. It's been so great. We've had a great time doing that.
That's awesome.
So I'm excited to share it with the world once it's good and ready.
Well, I know a place that would be happy to debut it if you were so inclined when it's all done.
Cool.
The last question I want to add, and let me just pause right before and say thank you so much for agreeing to be a part of this and having the conversation, and it's just so cool to reconnect with old friends in this case, or just to hear people's perspectives. It's interesting. Stories are good.
They are.
But the last question I want to ask you is, we all know the rules of what we're supposed to be doing during this time, but on your own personal level, what is it you think people should or shouldn't be doing, and is there something that we're doing that we could be doing better?
Well, I think it's a tough question. Like, obviously, washing your hands a little more often would be good, and cleaning up around the house, but also just being helpful to the people around you, to your community as well. like today, I just hosted an open mic and we raised awareness of the food bank problem in Canada. And so, like doing things like that, just spreading awareness, helping out, volunteering, just, it's scary because, like, you don't know what's out there, you don't know how deadly it is just yet, right?
Yeah.
So it's good to stay home, for the
Yep.
time being, but just follow the rules and we'll get through together. I think that's the best.
Agreed. And I think you hit the nail on the head there when you talked about finding ways that you can use all this time to help other folks out is great, and if you're not a musician or a performer and you can't do things like open mics, you can certainly start a petition to raise some cash, or not a petition, but a campaign to raise some cash for some food banks or homeless shelters or anything like that. But it could be as simple as going to your neighbor the next time you're going out to the grocery store and saying, hey, I'm popping around to the grocer, do you need anything? Or finding somebody that you can set up a regular weekly delivery schedule for that can't get out of their home or something like that. So yeah, good on you. That's again, we are seeing the very best elements of humanity coming forward. And I mean, we have some really small vocal groups that are kind of annoying, but apart from those, I think as a general rule, we are seeing the very best examples of our humanity coming forward, and that's really been heartwarming to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I want to thank you so much for your time. And even though we got off to a rocky start technologically, I think we more than made up for it. It was perfect. No, don't apologize. Are you kidding? I can't even read my own bloody comments on this thing. It's fantastic. It's great. People are probably chatting up a storm, and I have no idea.
Technology,
right? Terrible. Anyway, thank you so much. Is there anything you guys want to hear in particular that I can try and screw up horribly for you when I try to play it?
Oh, do you got anything like by Tom Petty?
Sure. Yeah, I did a Tom Petty tune a little bit earlier, but I got another one we can do. Absolutely.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a blast, and keep doing your thing because you're doing a great thing.
Oh,
so
thanks. I appreciate that.
For sure.
Well, then I will. I was considering chucking it all, but now I think I'll just continue on with it.
You just need a sub so you can have a day off.
Yeah. I'm starting to think. I've been doing this now since about March 13th, and yesterday I had a half a night off. So yeah, maybe I'll find a substitute. You guys can drive down and we'll sterilize the studio. You guys can sit in here and do your thing, and then just let me know when you're done. Perfect.
With the mask.
That's
no,
right.
I'm just kidding.
Perfect. All right, Amanda. All of you guys take care and be safe and happy and healthy. And I look forward to when we can hear some new music from you.
Yes. All the best to you and your family.
Okay. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Another lovely conversation with another lovely person. So nice. Well, speaking of more lovely things, I'm going to look up a Thomas Petty song that I can play for those folks. And I want to play, in the meantime, this was something that was sent to me by Jocelyn Laporte. And it's a great example of the kind of thing that we can be sharing with each other. So this is just Jocelyn sat down with her guitar and her phone, propped up her phone, and recorded herself playing and singing, and it turned out wonderfully. And I encourage everybody to do that. Read me your favorite poem. Read me a passage from a play that you really love. Or, do a time lapse of a painting even, or something, or pull out a guitar and record yourself singing a little ditty, and let's share it with the world, and let's spin up the positive. I think it's a good idea. Anyway, without further ado, here's Jocelyn Laporte.
As time turns, we slowly drift away. Colors and pictures in our minds fade. Our mouths aren't empty, but the silence hangs. Our hearts are still full, but our minds go blank. trying to retrieve memories from the dark. We slip away like footprints in the sand. It's ghosts like shells, the silhouette of a man. Oh, just a moment in time, and I hold your memories as mine. This hand I used to hold in mine is still warm. My father's hand is like a port in storm. Just the way you're looking at my face can tell your memories of me are erased. We're all just a moment in time, and I'll hold your memories as mine. In my memories, you'll survive. In my memories, you can't die.
Wasn't that lovely? See? So easy to do it. I love it. All right. Let's get into this one. This one it's so much fun. And I get to do the little sound effect. I don't know if Jules wants to do it or not. But it's so easy, and I can give you one of these, like that's when we're supposed to hit it, and you're just gonna hit one key. It's one key. You have one job, Julie. One job. It's this key right here. This one? That one. Hit it. Like hard. Yeah. Okay. So for now, let's get the rest of the beat going.
Wait.
Don't put a mark on it.
It's washable.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know why you have to mark it. It's clearly the second C above middle C, but that's whatever. Sounds pretty good. I enjoy that. All right, we're going to do this tune, and then we'll do some Thomas Petty for Amanda and Derek and the little folks up there.
Nice girls not born with a defect. Cellophane wrap, shrink wrap, no correct. Red dogs under illegal I jump inside. Invisible shivers running down my spine. Cut to baby taking off her clothes. Close up the sign that says we never close. Snatches at you and you match a cigarette. She pulls out the eyes with her face like a magnet. I don't know how much more of this I can take. She's filing her nails while they're dragging the lake. She is watching the detectives. Oh, he's so cute. She's watching the detectives when they shoot, beat 'em up until the teardrops start. It can't be ruined because it's got no heart. No heart. You think you're alone until you realize that you're in it. Now fear is here to stay and love is here for just a visit. You call it instant justice when it's past the legal limit. Someone's scratching at the window, wonder who is it? The detectives come to check if you belong to the parents who are ready to hear the worst about their daughter's disappearance. It clearly took a miracle to get you to stay. It only took my little fingers to blow you away. Just like watching the detectives. Don't get cute. It's just like watching the detectives. I get so angry when the teardrops start. You can't be wounded cause he's got no heart. Oh, watching the detectives. Just like 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 watching the detectives. Watching the detectives. She's watching the detectives. She's watching the detectives. She's watching the detectives.
There we go. A little bit of Elvis Costello never killed anyone, as far as we know. But if they did, he'd be watching the detectives. It's terrible, terrible, terrible pun. All right, well, let's see. Let's get some Thomas Petty going on here. Tom Petty. Let's do this one. This is a good tune. Often requested by the lovely Tanya Marriott. But we have no Jim, so we have no harmonica solo for this one. But we can do it without it for now.
Let me run with you tonight, take you on a moonlight ride. This one's one night see she don't give a damn for me. Let me get to the point. Let's roll another joint and turn the radio up loud. I'm too alone to be proud. And you don't know how it feels. You don't know how it feels to be me. People come and people go. Some grow young and some grow cold. I woke up in between a memory and a dream. So let's get to the point. Let's roll another joint. Let's head on down the road somewhere. I gotta go, and you don't know how it feels. No, you don't know how it feels to be me. My old man was born to rock. He's still trying to beat the clock. Think of me what you will. I got a little space to fill. So let's get to the point. Let's roll another joint. Let's head on down the road to somewhere. I gotta go, and you don't know how it feels. You don't know how it feels. No, you don't know how it feels to be me. And you don't know how it feels. You don't know how it feels. No, you don't know how it feels to be me.
And the Finata at the end there. Teresa Shepley, did you know Manfred Mann, The Mighty Quinn? Ooh, I know the chorus. Again, it's one of those songs where I know the chorus. Come on within, you not see nothing like the Mighty Quinn. But I can't recall how the verses go. So we're going to add that to the list. Adding that to the list. I wonder if I can actually pull this one off. It was requested a couple of days ago, and I did listen to it when I was... Yeah, I need to listen to it a couple more times. Never mind. False start, number 45, offense, 15-yard penalty, first down. That's a little bit of my that's everything I know about football right there for my football peeps that I'm sure are not listening to this program. Let's see here. Well, let's try this one. It's got a cool, funky beat. If we can pull it off, it'll be neat. That's got to be that order. It's a little bit off, but we might be able to work for it. Might be able to work through it. If not, oh well. It's live, folks.
It's the time of the season when the love runs high. In this time, give it to me easy, and let me try with pleasured hands. Take you with the sun to promised lands. Show you everyone. It's the time of the season for loving. What's your name? Who's your daddy? Is he rich like me? Has he taken any time to show you what you need to live? Tell it to me slowly, tell you why. Really want to know. It's the time of the season for what's your name? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Is he rich like me? Has he taken any time to show you what you need to live? Tell it to me slowly, tell you why. Really want to know. It's the time of the season for
That was an interesting attempt. All right. Ooh, we have another request from Mr. Rob Shepley. I timed out with Teresa, but Rob. Let's see. How about Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Lucky Man? Sure. I don't know about that whole. We don't know if we can do that thing in the middle there, but we can certainly try the rest of it. I could just do the rest of it. If I had a kazoo, it would be great. I think we tried this with Jim, to be perfectly honest. Or maybe just Jim and I tried this one night and we vowed to never do it again. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how difficult it's going to be. Once the tablet decides to re-enter the land of the living here. And then we've got our next guest coming up right after this. Excited to talk to you. He was going to be the very first scheduled guest on this program when we first started, but he had an emergency that he had to attend to, and I'm glad that everything worked out in the positive. And I'm equally glad that he's able to join us now. All right, let's see here. Well, first off, it's got to have a beat. So well, we'll see how this works out. He had white horses and ladies by the score, all dressed in satin and waiting by the door. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. White lace and feathers, they made up his bed. A gold-covered mattress on which he was laid. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. He went to fight wars for his country and his king, of his honor and his glory. The people would sing. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. A bullet had found him
His blood ran as he cried. No money could save him, so he laid down and he died. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was.
Well, there you had it, Mr. Rob Shepley. He says, wow, you worked in the synth part. This request was a test, whether you would or not. Well, I hope, on behalf of myself and the band, I hope we pass the audition. All right. Well, I'm now a couple minutes tardy for my next guest, and I hope he will appreciate this since he does this professionally, and I hope he doesn't make a mockery of my tardiness. But many of you will know him from his days on 93.9 The River, but most recently as the newest member of the roster on AM 800 with his very own program. And I'm going to switch him away from the pants cam here and get him into the camera where you can actually see my face, and it'll be a little more personal. And let's go ahead and bring him over. Mr. Dan MacDonald, how are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. First of all, let me ask, I know that you were originally going to be my very first guest, which I was so excited about, and you had, unfortunately, a family emergency. Is everything okay?
Oh, everything is all good, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
All good.
That's the most important part. And then how about you? Everything okay over there? Everybody's happy and healthy?
Yeah, I'm working from home, and it's a wild, crazy time. It feels like a movie every single day. But I'm doing great. I mean, I'm lucky to be working from home, very privileged to be able to do that. So nothing really has changed for me except I do all my prep work in my pajamas and I broadcast it in my own bedroom now. So you are doing an amazing job. Like, you're like this incredibly relaxed voice and conversationalist, and then you bust out these amazing songs. I'm addicted to your show. Like, this is your show. It's amazing. It's incredible.
Oh, wow. I don't even really know how to respond to that. Interview over. Thank you. I'm just going to can that, press it, and that's going to be, it's perfect.
Cheers.
Well, let me ask you, you went from doing a fabulous job on 93.9, and then you were doing like a guest spot, right, on Kara's show.
Yeah.
And then now you have just started this brand new project. So tell me a little bit about the evolution of that, if you can.
Yeah, well, I mean, I started on the river doing 93 on the river, music DJ. Then I did my Here and Now show, which I continued to do, showcasing local music. You've been showcased on that before. And then I was doing a little guest, like, side co-host with Kara Rowe on the Kara Rowe show with TKO show. And then that kind of just ended abruptly, just for various different reasons. I kind of refocused. Then Lynn Martin, who I love, like, she was my favorite. I listened to her for years and years. She announced she was retiring, and it's funny. My first time ever on the radio was actually on a Lynn Martin show.
Wow.
It was a Christmas thing where she said, if you want to do a little greeting, send it out. And I called up, hey, I want to give a shout out to my aunt, and I was like, whoa, I'm on the radio. And Lynn Martin, she announced she was retiring, and the position came up, and always in the back of my head, I thought, wouldn't it be cool to have a show like that? And when she retired, it got posted, and I thought, do I or don't I? I love the river so much. Like, not a bit was that me wanting to leave or unhappy. But I thought, you know what? That kid who walked in here as a copywriter into this studio with hopes of being on the radio one day, it would be an injustice to not apply for it. So if I don't get it, I'm happy where I am. If I do get it, let the next chapter begin. And the next chapter has begun with the Dan MacDonald Show talk show, which is crazy, but I'm having so much fun. I'm learning something every day.
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, and what a great story of opportunity, right? I mean, it's just, it sounds like it's, I'm sure that there have been hurdles in the road along the way, but it just sounds like what an incredible story of success, right? It's just fantastic, going from copywriting to hosting your own show. I mean, that's literally the dream.
Yeah, it was a really strange little thing that I kind of always had in the back of my head. And when I walked through the doors as a writer, not as a radio personality, I was a writer there for a while, for a long time. And yeah, it's just been this strange thing, the way it, like a perfect storm of knowing the right people, being there at the right time, and everything that I didn't even realize I was auditioning for that job all along kind of all accumulated into this. So
Yeah.
it's wild. Like it's really cool. Yeah.
Well, amazing. Well, let's talk a little bit about that, because, you know, especially coming from someone who was in the copywriting department or the writing department, you know, and you have, oh, well, one day I'm going to be on the radio, and everybody's like, yeah, sure, kid. I mean, you put in your time in the salt mines, and we'll see that you get there. But, you know, like, was it somewhat surprising that you found that you really did have that acumen and drive to be the kind of, you know, interviewer or personality that was pushing a program forward? Because that's not easy for a lot of people, right?
Yeah, no, it's the talk radio is definitely challenging for sure, in a whole different way than the river. The river was, I don't want to say much more natural, but it came much easier because I can talk about music very, very easily, because I love so much different music and I relate to so many different parts of my life, and I still do that on the talk show too. Often, a lot of my best lessons have come from being a music fan and whatnot. But yeah, it was a really, really strange thing where I applied for the position, and doing the show, I mean, I always say we don't have to agree, but we can talk about it.
For sure.
Civilly. You know, and I had people on, I mean, I had a bunch of hardcore, I don't want to get into all this, but like gun activists the other day, where we don't see eye to eye in a lot of things. But, you know, we had a fantastic conversation. We didn't agree in the conversation. But even the gun guy was the head of the Canadian Coalition for the Rights to Arms, I believe, in Canada. He thanked me for just having a nice, fair, fun conversation.
Yeah.
And, you know, we didn't come to any kind of conclusion or resolve. No one changed the other person's mind. But I love that we didn't hang up screaming at each other.
Absolutely.
Like, it was a night. Yeah, so I love that.
Yeah. You know, that's one thing that I've always kind of tried to maintain, and I'm human just like everybody else is, and we fail and we fall back on our prejudices and our confirmation bias, you know, often. But that's the one thing, is that open, honest discourse is the best way, maybe that you don't have to arrive at a conclusion, but what it does is it opens up the conversation. And in your case, it opens up the conversation for everyone. And because they're listening to people talking civilly, well, maybe that will translate into people having more civilized discussion, right?
Yeah, and we live in such a weird time anymore. I mean, I still do my little rants on social media sometimes too. Like we want to fight so bad. You can post a photo of, you know, a baby or a tree or a glass of wine, and somebody will find something to argue about, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So it's a struggle. And hey, I'm guilty too. I've gotten into the spats online and stuff, you know. But it's, if you just dial it back and kind of live and let live with opinion, but talk about it and share and be open to it, even if it doesn't change your mind, I think it's a healthy way to be.
Well, nothing ever went wrong by questioning anything, and nothing ever went wrong by asking questions. It just, you have to learn when those questions become futile, and when it just becomes, you know, it degenerates into something else. You know, so you got this great, fantastic opportunity to start this new program, and then in the middle of almost the infancy of it, all of a sudden, here comes this global pandemic, Dan. Here's a challenge for you. So how difficult was it for you to transition to working from home and broadcasting from home?
It was a little scary. It resulted in the good thing. I finally organized this room that had been like kind of a strange storage / hoarding room for a long, long time. And it was the only room that I could broadcast out of. So it was weird doing it from home, but I'm into the groove of it now, and I really, really like it. But talk about a format change too, in a way. I mean, we went from doing, you know, like local problems to national stories and having conversations about that to it's like COVID 24/7, where I got like doctors and employment lawyers, and I was like, oh, I'll start a book club and we'll have like different it's be like a fun little lifestyle news show. And now it's like COVID for 3 hours a day that I talk about.
Yeah.
I'm definitely no expert. I never claim to be an expert, but I like talking to people who do know their stuff, like doctors, lawyers, because a lot of people have so much uncertainty right now.
For sure.
And they just want answers to, what are my rights as an employer? Am I eligible for CERB? Something fishy is going on at my work, so we have an employment lawyer on. Like, just I'm learning along with the listeners in a lot of ways, and I'm kind of only asking questions that people are asking me or questions that I'm uncertain about. So it's a whole different way of doing the show, but it's been a lot of fun, and I'm getting a lot of great feedback from people just saying, like, thanks for clearing this stuff up for us.
Yeah.
And I have like such imposter syndrome too, where I'm like, oh, it's not me. It's like, no, I've always been that guy. So it's weird when people are thanking you for something. Like, it's a surreal time, and this whole lockdown made it all the more surreal.
Yeah, absolutely. The real danger that we run into sometimes, as performers, is that we take on, maybe more so in the acting world, but we take on these things that require a lot of character introspection, and maybe a dark character. The most famous example, of course, is the Joker, right, with Heath Ledger, where he went so far down into that rabbit hole he wasn't able to come back out. Not that it's necessarily the same thing, but do you find that when you've moved from a lighthearted show like the thing that you wanted to where you're constantly talking about COVID and the uncertainty and the fear and the dread, do you find that you have to kind of take more of a mental back seat at the end of the program to just kind of recover?
Oh yeah, huge. Like I literally now, and this actually kind of helps when I'm at home. The minute the show is done, we're done right at noon. I close the laptop down and I go downstairs and I put on like Family Guy or something that I can just laugh at. And that's been like a big help, just being home and kind of like not watching the news for a little bit.
Sure.
Even though I have to stay up on everything, but I need like a good 2 hours of just like watch a horror movie, watch Family Guy, read a book, or go for a walk or something, just to unwind. Because you talk to people who are like stressed out, uncertain, like people are crying and stuff on the phone with the long-term care facilities, and it's like it's a gamut. It's all heavy stuff. Like there's not a whole lot that's lighthearted. So yeah, I need a big break, more so than like before all the COVID stuff.
Yeah.
A definite unwind for sure, and just no news for a little bit.
Yeah.
Like back away, just to keep perspective too, right?
Absolutely. It's just funny that when you say, in order to take the edge off, I have to go watch a horror flick, because that's literally how that's how horrifying the daily life has become, right?
Right.
It's so great that you're continuing in the face of this new success of yours, which all of us are just so happy for you, because it's so well deserved.
Thank you.
But it's so great that you're also keeping up with the here and now thing. And like, how important is it to you to be kind of helping give the local artists in this area exposure?
That's my favorite thing. Like, that is my baby. In fact, when I got offered the new job, like the Dan MacDonald show, I literally, the first thing I said was, okay, I have to leave the river and I'm okay with that, but do I get to keep here and now? And if they would have said, no, you can't, I would have said, then I have to stay. I'm going to stay on the river and not do that show so I can keep here and now.
Wow.
That to me is to me, here and now, I'm literally just a music fan who loves our local music scene. And like, I almost forget when someone's like, oh, thank you for playing my song. It's like, oh yeah, like by default, I supported a local artist by geeking out and making a local playlist to play on the air.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just so much, it's so much fun to me. So that is so important to me. That's just something I think I'd find a way to do no matter what. And here and now, like, I feel really lucky to have that, like, just as an outlet for me being a fan and being able to thank all the local musicians that I look up to, that I've looked up to for so many years. So that to me is just that's like my baby here and now. I love that show.
Yeah. And you know what's really great is the fact that you are able to put it out on a major market radio station, is that it legitimizes what a lot of us are trying to do here, right? It puts us on that same playing field. I've said it before on the program, when the iHeartRadio living room concert across America happened, and I watched Sir Elton John film himself on an iPhone, I went, we are the same. You and I now.
Yeah.
We're on the same level. But more so when you're able to take someone's locally produced stuff and put it out on the mainstream, radio, it definitely adds an air of legitimacy to what we're trying to do.
Yeah, that's the best thing. Like, I I was really, really happy and thankful that they like allowed me to do the show, and they gave me 100% creative control over who gets played, if it's going to be an interview or just straight music or a mix and match of both, and the content. Like, they've given that all to me. And I mean, I ask people all the time, you know, send me your music, which makes my job easier, believe it or not, but it's difficult to pick at times as well, because you get music from all different walks, all different genres. Sometimes certain music doesn't fit in, and that's a hard thing to tell somebody, you know.
Yeah.
If it's hardcore hip hop, or like just really heavy thrash metal, I love it and I appreciate seeing that kind of music live, but like I just can't play some of that stuff, and it's hard to tell people that.
For sure.
But I'm as grateful to the company for giving me that show as I think the artists are for being played on the show. Like, to me, it's just like, thank you for that. It's like I used to have a show on CJAM too back in the day,
right?
And I feel like I kind of have a CJAM show, but on a major market radio. So that to me is like the best ever.
Absolutely. Do you find it difficult to solicit stuff from artists? Because, you know, I've done this a couple of different times in a couple of different projects where I've asked local artists to present me with their music so that I can play it for them, either on an internet radio format, or even right now I'm saying, please give me your YouTube performances. And I love this cutting away, you know, to support these local guys, but it's like pulling teeth. I've gone at some points, Dan, I have gone weeks where I have yet to hear back from some of these folks. And the thing that I find really frustrating about it is that typically, you know, working inside this circle as a performer, I hear from local guys, well, no one's supporting me and no one's giving me a leg up and no one's helping me. And then by the same token, I'm like, give me your things. I want all your things. Give them to me. And yeah. So do you find that it's a struggle, or do you find that because you're on a mainstream market radio, it makes it a little bit easier because people are more inclined to want to kind of give over their stuff because of the exposure factor?
It can be. It's a little bit of both, actually. The mainstream radio really helped a lot because, you know, you announce it a couple times on the river or whatever, and you get emails right then and there because everyone's kind of listening or knows somebody. I always say, if you know a musician, send them my way. And I got a message just the other day, just yesterday actually, from a guy named Jared Hedden, and he said, "Hey, this is my son's music, Nick Hedden." And so Nick didn't even contact me; his dad did. But Nick is on the radio tonight. I played him on Here and Now tonight.
There you go.
So it's a little bit of both. And what I had working for me too, I was friends with a lot of local musicians. So when I started the show, it was me just Facebooking a lot of people that I was already friends with, saying, "Oh, I'm doing the show. Send me something. Send me something." So they just sent it. There wasn't that. But yeah, I'll still chance upon a lot of musicians where I'm like, oh my God, like, why? They never contact. I didn't even know they existed. So I'll reach out to them.
Yeah.
And there's been times when I haven't heard back, believe it or not, but usually they will send stuff back to me. But yeah, it is. You always got to dig. It's one of those, it's a strange world we're living in right now.
Yeah. And I mean, what's interesting is you would be able to appreciate, you know, not that I'm looking for like a complimentary phrase or anything like that, but you, because you're involved in the production side of things and so on and so forth, you know what goes into doing kind of the things that we're doing, right? And so what I find is really interesting is people will send me, well, here's my playlist. It's got about 50 songs in it. Just listen to them and pick the one that you like the best and grab that one. I'm like, you don't understand. Like, I have to host, perform, book, program, composite, shoot, edit, all by myself. With the exception of, you know, the lovely Julie coming over and hitting the fairy P key during that one song.
Ooh, I like that.
Literally, I'm doing all this by myself. I do not have time to crawl through your 50 songs on YouTube and pick the one that I love. Now, normally, absolutely, I'd love to do that. But can't you just pick one? Just pick one and send it to me.
Yeah. I do struggle with that. I do get a lot of that. And I'll always say, like, if somebody just sends me their whole album or a download to it or whatever, I'll just say, like, is there a link, or is there a certain song that's kind of acting as a single or one that you want to push? And yeah, but a lot of times too, I'll get like a random MP3 from a strange email with no name, and the MP3 will be called track 1.
Yeah. And
I'm like, I don't know who this is. I don't know what the song is. Like, I need a little more information here to play it. You know?
Yeah, exactly. But it's strange that either people are uneducated in how to properly like submit music, or oftentimes they're just like, you can't put the effort into naming the MP3 file.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy.
Well,
Go ahead.
It's funny because I used to teach some classes at the college, like at the Mediaplex for journalism, and podcasting was a class that I taught. And students would submit their MP3s to me of their podcast or their files before they'd load them up and stuff, just so I can give them a listen. And I just get like that would be the name of the file, or like project, or like my podcast. So finally, I literally had to say, okay, listen, 5% of your mark is just putting your name on the MP3 so I know who the hell I'm listening to. And there were still people who weren't doing it. And it's 5%. Like, that's the easiest 5% ever. And I'm like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Like, really? Like, so I think that's going to be a struggle forever. Name MP3s when you send them for radio play.
Yes, please do.
That's a big one.
Going back to making the transition to the Dan MacDonald show from the Here and Now and from the stuff that you used to do on the river when it was just more of a musical thing. What was the biggest hurdle you found that you had to overcome when you went and transitioned to a talk show format?
The biggest, probably just studying a lot more and not being in over my head when, like, all of a sudden they're like, you have the mayor on the phone from this breaking news that just happened. And it's like, oh my God, like I don't want to sound stupid because it's all live on the air. Like, I want to ask the right questions too. And that kind of thing, just the spur of the moment, because the river, you really got to plan everything out. And Here and Now, I picked all the songs myself, so I knew exactly what I was talking to. If I was interviewing a musician or something, I could talk to them naturally. But when it's like a city council person, a mayor, a politician, I don't know, the head of gun control.
Yeah.
Like, you really got to have, like, what questions am I going to ask? How do I keep it conversational? How do I keep it relevant? Like, you got to think of all those things. So that's going to be something I work on forever. It's just a whole different game, right? It's a whole different thing. So it's been fun. It's been a learning experience. And, like, I'm very lucky too. I mean, our newsroom at AM 800, they're people I've listened to for years. Like, they're legendary in my mind. I was starstruck when I started there as a copywriter. So I've learned so much just by listening to them over the years. Like, it's one of those things where I'm like, oh my God, like, Dan, what are you doing here? You're just a music nerd.
Yeah.
I feel like that all the time. And it's like, it's a learning experience nonstop. And I always want to try to be as humble as possible. I never want to be a big, like, I'm a talk down to you radio announcer. I've always hated that.
Yeah,
I've always liked it. My favorite radio people are when you can connect with them like real people, and that's how I always looked at all the DJs on the stations that I now work with, like all the 89X DJs, all the River DJs, 580, all the AM 800 news personalities. Like, I always thought of them as not the down talking announcer. So if nothing else, I always thought I can fit in that sense, and we'll learn as we go.
Well, I
think
that's
the big tough one.
I think that you have the absolute right approach. There is the fact that if you can keep it conversational and understand that it's really about a give and take. I think between the person that you're interviewing. I ran through the same thing when I talked to 2 days ago. I talked to Laird Niven, who is genuinely a celebrity, and the whole time, like, I didn't plan out any questions, and then the whole time I'm like, oh my God, don't let me sound stupid, don't let me ask a dumb question. And now when I talk to Gnip, and now when I'm talking to you, I'm like, oh my God, I'm talking to these people that do this for a living. Please don't sound like a dork. What can I avoid to not sound like a dork here? So
you have nothing to worry about. You're amazing. Like, seriously, you're not just blowing smoke. You're fantastic at what you're doing every night. It's incredible.
It's interesting. I'll give it that. We often hear stories from things like Fresh Air, I believe, is one of the broadcasts that I used to listen to on NPR all the time, and then Q. And there's often these moments where the guests, the conversations with the guests derail because the guest is being kind of belligerent or something like that. Do you have and we don't have to get into names or specifics, but have you encountered that before? And then what did you do to remedy that situation on the air?
Well, a few times, it's happened where somebody will say something super inappropriate, and you know what? This is a hurdle for me, is cutting people off when they start to go a little bit too long, even if they're not being rude. Just when they might even be nervous, they want to fill that dead air, so they keep talking and talking and talking, and they're kind of talking in circles. And it's like, I don't want to hang up on them, but like, I don't know how to even get a word in edgewise. And my producer and everyone's like, Dan, just hang up at one point, because if you're thinking it, the listeners are thinking it too. But when someone's being belligerent, now I don't have a problem with saying, click, you're done. I always say, varying and differing opinions are welcome. We don't have to agree, but we can be civil to each other. And the minute the inclusiveness is gone and the civility is gone, you're off my show. And I have no problem hanging up on those people. And if they want to call me, fake news, lamestream media, who only has his say, that's just not true, because I have people who disagree with me all the time. But if you're going to be rude and start with the name calling, I had a homophobic person on once too.
God.
And that was a hang-up situation where they were talking about, the subject was Chick-fil-A or something.
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A was opening in Windsor, and somebody called up, and they were being blatantly homophobic, and I hung up mid-sentence. I'm like, we don't need that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like so I have no problem doing that now. That's I'm getting better at it too. Getting better.
Well, then let's flip that around, and we'll say, in the time that you've been doing that, and I understand it's relatively new, but in the time that you've been doing this, and even if you want to talk about experiences on the river as well, but has there been one interview or one segment that you are the most proud of, or that you had the most fun with?
Ooh, God, that's let me think. The most fun. Oh, this is a good one actually. This is actually the river, and we were doing our River Fest. This is years back, and I was broadcasting out of the Fillmore, Detroit. And it was a great lineup that year. It was Our Lady Peace, Sloan, and Sam Roberts. So it was a neat lineup, and I didn't interview too many people in person at this point yet. So not only am I going to be interviewing each one of those bands and performers, but I had a little audience in the Peanut Gallery too, who was in the lobby of the Fillmore. So that makes you feel a little bit self-conscious because people are watching you.
Sure.
So Our Lady Peace came down, and they were great. They were awesome. They were good, and it was fine. I didn't really know a lot about Sam Roberts at the time, and I knew a lot about Sloan. So I was worried about Sam Roberts, and Sloan, I was like, I got this because I know their music well, and I'm a Canadian boy in Detroit. So Patrick Pentland came from Sloan, and I was like, oh, cool. Like, I like him. I respect his music. He's got a cool side project. And the interview was like, he didn't want to be there. Boy. It went south so fast, and he was giving one-word answers, and I had nothing, and the people are looking at me, and I'm like, oh my God, and we're live on air, he didn't like me for some reason, I don't know why, but he really hated. It seemed like he hated me. So he went away. I kind of cut the interview short. We just went to a song, and I was like, oh my God, I sucked. That was terrible. And I'm like, and now Sam Roberts is coming, and I know nothing about him at all. So I was totally feeling like, you suck, you're horrible, you're in the wrong line of work, Dan. That's where my self-esteem was.
For sure, yeah.
And horrible. So then Sam Roberts came, and he was like, I don't know if I was extra on because I was just so nervous, but he's just such a nice guy, and it was one of the most fun interviews ever. And I was grateful for him that day because it just felt like, I don't know. It was a wonderful conversation. We clicked, and I've interviewed him probably about 10 times since then. And we remember, we know each other when we see each other. It's a neat little thing.
That's cool.
He's probably the person I've interviewed the most out of all people, which is weird because I knew nothing about him at all. But that was a wonderful interview because it was a reset for me, and he was so kind, and he talked so much, and the conversation flowed, and I learned to kind of get out of my head.
Yep.
And I also learned a valuable lesson: never think, oh, this is going to be easy peasy. Because I was ready for Sloan.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this will be nothing. This is good. And it freaking bombed. So I don't know if that was cockiness on my part or just whatever, but it was a good learning experience for me. So I'm kind of grateful for it in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great story. I got a couple of comments here I want to read out to you. Dave Jr. says, Dan lets us unwind by listening to our 90s tunes and singing along to The Flies, Got You Where I Want You, one of your faves. I'm still on the hunt for my cover of it. Cheers, Dan. Keep up your amazing work.
I love Dave.
And then he comes back with another thing saying, this is a question. He says, do you have any favorite stories of interviewing two or more people with different opinions at the same time? No names needed.
Oh, yeah. Actually, it was a good one, too. And it was very heavy. It was, I won't name names, but you can probably figure them out if you listen to it. Just recently on the show, the talk show, the whole downtown Mission Library City Council fight that was going on. I had a few people who were kind of leads from their own perspective on that, and that was a good one. That was one where I got really into the conversation because I was invested in kind of everything. I'm I love our downtown Windsor. To me, that's the heartbeat of the city, downtown Windsor. I'm worried about the crisis you see when you go downtown Windsor
sure.
anymore. And I'm not even bashing Windsor because I love it so much, but there's a problem with homelessness and with people who are addicted to drugs and all that. So that was a heavy one. And we had two people who were kind of on opposite ends of what was going on. And it was intense and it was live and people were texting me questions and people were getting mad and they were going back and forth. And that was a good one because it was exciting and I didn't know where everyone stood. So that was a really, really fun, a fun little triangle of exchanges.
Yeah, and what's interesting is you now are suddenly find yourself in a different role, and that's the role of the mediator, right? You have to kind of adjudicate the questions and answers on both sides and keep control like a referee, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one of the fun things too that I love doing is the roundtables on AM 800. Every Friday we'd have we'd bring some people in. I think my last one I had Noah Tepperman, Mark McKenzie from 89X, and Brian Yamlins from the downtown BIA. And we just have a random assortment of people, and we just talk about news stories of the day. Every Friday we were doing this. That obviously got cut short because we don't do it now. It's different when you're not in person. But that was really fun too because you didn't always agree with everyone there either, but it was good to have little discussions and disagree and keep it respectful. That was a really fun, fly by the seat of your pants experience too. So I'm looking forward to doing those again.
Yeah, that sounds great. I want to kind of ask this question. And are you okay for time? Am I keeping you?
No, I'm good to go whenever.
Perfect.
Yeah,
awesome. How difficult is it for you, speaking if you're putting on the mediator hat, how difficult is it for you if you have to have a conversation with someone on the program who you know you're not going to agree with or whose personal philosophy you have an issue with, but you still have to present that courteous, front-facing, inquisitive side? How challenging is that for you to kind of, present that blank slate face, I guess?
When it's a guest, I just kind of ask all the questions that, if it's someone I disagree with, I ask all the questions that I want to know answers to on things they do that I don't agree with. For example, let's do the gun thing.
Sure.
When this was the day the guns got banned, but before they announced, I had that head of the gun coalition in Canada, and I just asked him, and I honestly wasn't being sarcastic. I said, now, why do we need these certain types of guns? Honestly, tell me right now, what am I missing? And I was literally open to it. I said, why do you need a gun that can fire off a bunch of rounds quickly? And I don't know about guns. I told him, I'm not a gun expert, so you tell me why. And one of the guys said, well, what if, and I don't want to make fun of him, but literally he said to me, what if you're attacked by a group of 25 wild dogs? And I said, well, yeah, I guess in that case it would come in handy, but I don't think too many of us are in that situation.
Yeah.
But honestly, I try to keep it respectful and respect everybody. I really, truly do. And just ask questions. If I don't understand why they do something a certain way or believe something a certain way, all I can do is say, now, why do you think this? Why do you need this kind of gun? Why do you not like gay people? That's something that would come into play. What's the problem? And at the end of the day, I'll respect an opinion, but if it's blatant bigotry, racism, sexism, homophobia, I say, okay, you had your say, but that's not inclusive, so it's out.
Yeah,
I have no problem saying that either. But it's challenging to a point, but really, though, I'm just kind of curious because I think we have a lot more in common with people than we think we do. Even people we don't immediately have a lot in common, a lot of us want the same things. Even talking to different politicians, I talk to a lot of people in political parties that I would never vote for, but you know what? Talking to them and having a decent conversation with them and not screaming at each other, it's opened my mind and I can see things from their perspective in a lot of ways. And it's I get where they're coming from.
Sure.
I still don't agree with it, and they'll never agree with me either.
Yeah.
But I get it now.
Yeah, you see that you can, once you have that conversation and see it from their side, sometimes you can. I've had many conversations with flat earthers, and because part of me, and especially a lot of them that are nice, intelligent folks that I've known, that just hold on to this theory, and I always think to myself, what is it that I'm not getting out of why you're so fervently believe in this kind of stuff? Because there must be something, because you're not dumb. So my fault somewhere is that I'm not getting what you're getting at. But has there ever been a conversation where you've gone into on something where you may not agree with them, but by having that conversation, they did end up kind of changing your mind on something?
Yes. Early on in the show too, what were we talking about? We were talking about, it was something about uh, heavy topic was like prostitution and escort services and stuff. I forget what the exact topic was, but this guy called up, and literally I burst out laughing on the phone. He's like, I think Windsor should have a red light district. And I burst out laughing. I said, oh yeah, that would go over great in this city.
Yeah.
And then he literally spelled it out though. He's like, think about it. He's like, have this one or two little, he spelled it all out. He said, then if anyone is soliciting elsewhere, you can focus on that. But in this space, you close it off, kind of like the way, I know it sounds ridiculous right now, but the way he did it, I was like, not a
that could
terrible
work.
idea.
Yeah.
And I was laughing about it at first, which was kind of rude of me a little bit, right? But I was like, you know what? When you listen to him, how he pitched it, even though wasn't fully on board, I completely thought that isn't a terribly laughable idea. It's something that other cities have done. So, okay.
Yeah. Well, he was probably there's my all-time favorite television series is HBO's critically acclaimed series The Wire. And no, I cannot just refer to it as The Wire. It must be HBO's critically acclaimed series The Wire. But there's a whole season where the one captain goes off and creates a closed-off section of the city where people are allowed to consume illicit drugs. And the idea being you keep it away from everybody else and the crime goes down and everything's kind of contained, and it worked. So it's sort of a similar, it just reminded me of that.
That's exactly what it is. And like, it sounds like a crazy idea, but I was like, this isn't like, it's out of the box, but maybe we have to think out of the box.
Sure. Yeah.
So it was good.
I want to turn it a little more on the personal side of things, and nothing too personal, but just, we're in a position right now where a lot of us are kind of finding ourselves with a whole bunch of extra time on our hands. And some people are okay with it. Some people, were born to be able to just have this freedom to explore whatever they want. And there are other people who are really struggling with trying to keep themselves, active emotionally, spiritually, physically. What are the kind of things that you're doing at home to kind of pass the time? And could you maybe have something that you could recommend to these folks that are having a little bit of a challenge trying to figure these things out?
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good one. I have been staring at the wall a lot. No, I've been trying to keep busy. I try to get out at least once a day, whether it's a car ride or a walk, usually both. Just a walk with Wayne around the neighborhood, car ride just around town, just to kind of get out and see the sights and whatnot. I do think it's important to have some kind of a schedule.
Yep.
I try to unplug from the news for a little bit each day, which is a weird contradiction because I work for a news station, but I do try to unplug for about 2 hours, just like do something other than the job, like disconnect, because I'm working from home. I don't want work to take over the home space, because that's one thing I've always been big on. When I'm on vacation, I don't check my work email because too many people are working 24/7. I don't think that's good for your mental health. So I've been trying to I need to divide. When this is done here, when I'm done broadcasting my show, it's home time. Then I'll dip back in and check emails and stuff. But going for a walk, getting outside, everybody I've talked to, and I've talked to doctors, psychologists, counselors from every walk of life you can think of. Every single person has said, try, if you're off work right now, like I'm lucky that I'm on work, so I have to keep some sort of a schedule. But if you're not working right now, try to give yourself some type of a schedule, even if it's like, okay, when I wake up, I take a bath at noon, I read a book for an hour at 1, I go for a walk at 5, I watch a movie at 8 o'clock every night, I play with my kids at 2, whatever it's going to be. Everyone says try to build some kind of a schedule just to give yourself a little bit of stability.
Sure.
I mean, for other people, they disregard time completely and it's chaos. It's nothing, and that works for them too. But that's just kind of what I'm trying to do. Is I'm going really mellow. I'm trying not to work all the time from home.
Yeah.
And just kind of go with the flow because it's a weird time. I got cabin fever too. I'm missing live music and going out, and I get it. I mean, it's taxing on mental health. All the people that I've talked to were inundated with news stories that are negative or everything seems dystopian. And the weirdest thing about all this, and I've talked about this before on the air, the one big event that I can think of where everybody was watching TV in our lifetime was 9/11.
Yep.
Like everybody was watching, everyone was like disturbed by it. But when you turn that off, unless you knew somebody in New York or you were from New York, your life was mostly normal. It was shocking and terrible, but you could turn it off and take a break. this, on the news, the radio, the TV, every paper, it's like quarantine, isolation, job insecurity, COVID-19. And when you turn that off, you're in isolation, you're in lockdown, and you're dealing with one of those things, with no work, with being a frontline worker, with dealing with a loved one in a long-term care facility. So it's like, for the first time ever, the entire world, we can't really tune out of the news. We can shut it off, but we're still in the news story. Like,
you're living the news story.
We're the news story.
Yeah.
All of us are like living the news story, which I'm not sure if that's ever happened before.
Well, maybe not since 1917. Yeah,
right. Since 1917, when the big flu,
yeah.
The flu plague.
Yeah, you're right. It what's that? The proverb? May you live in interesting times, and sometimes people don't understand that that's not necessarily a positive thing.
Not always, no.
Speaking of being this isolation or being this isolated and being shut in, do you think that maybe people will come away from this when we go back to whatever we're going to call normal going forward? Do you think they'll approach with a different respect or a different understanding the folks that have to live like this all the time, like people in long-term care homes, where they often go, for days without any kind of real meaningful contact? Do you think that we'll start to see people maybe reaching out a little bit more to these folks?
I hope so. I hope so. It feels like it. I mean, for all of us, I just want to hug my family, my friends, I just want to go out and be social. I hope that's the case. Part of me also thinks, I wonder if it will be for the first month or two, and then we're going to all go back to doing our own little thing.
Sure.
I mean, I can't help but think that. But, I mean, I feel like I've gained a new appreciation for social interactions with my family and with my little nephews and with my friends. And I really miss live music, and that's a first world problem. But I really miss live music, and I've really gained respect for people who are like self-run businesses, be it musicians, artists. I've always had that respect, but I really see it now, just how important the whole system is to work for those people. And we try to support how we can, but it's just so big. I've gained a new respect for everything. I can't imagine what people go through in long-term care facilities without visitors for days. And I hope that is something that ignites the need for that. Definitely PSWs. That's a topic I've talked about on the show for a long, long time. How they're underpaid and overworked. I think we've all realized now they're the first responders dealing with the ground zero of outbreaks. So to me, I mean, I hope we've all gained a new respect for them, and we appreciate them a lot more, because, I mean, hey, we probably will all end up there one day. And unless I die in my sleep, but I doubt it. That never happens.
It also, we've talked on this program to educators, and we're thinking that maybe now that parents are seeing what a handful it is to corral a couple of kids into doing schoolwork every day, we're going to come away with a better appreciation of teachers having to corral 40 kids. Sorry, I have another question in here. Speaking of togetherness, Julie asks, how is the foster rat doing?
oh, the foster rat. Okay, now if you listen to when I was doing the Kara Rowe show, 2 Christmases ago, I had a rat in my house. A rat came into my house. It got in. We figured out how it got in, and it was a big funny thing on the radio, because we were freaked out, because it was, I'm an exaggerator. I'll exaggerate for storytelling purposes. But when we finally caught this rat, I was like, holy moly, I didn't think it was that big. Yeah. It was a big rat.
Yeah.
Freaked me out. So I'm actually in what was the rat room where we caught the rat. So we got it pretty quick. But my foster rat that I posted on April 1st, that I had this little rat, that was actually an April Fool's joke. Because people... Because people know how freaked out I was about the rat. And actually, I got a lot of crap from listeners when I killed that rat with a trap, because it's a rat in my house. I'm sorry. I had a humane trap, and I had the deadly trap too. It was a rat, and I wanted it gone.
Yeah.
I was afraid for my cat. My cat couldn't have fought this thing. People, believe it or not, I've been a vegetarian for a long time, and I'm not a preachy one, but I'm a vegetarian. And someone said, how can you call yourself a vegetarian? You killed a rat. I'm like, yeah, but I didn't eat it, did I? But no, I'm freaked out by rats. I love all animals, and I will never mess with a rat. But I wouldn't kill a human being either. But if one's coming through my my window unannounced, I'm gonna bonk it on the head and probably. So a rat, sorry, rat, I had to kill you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's okay. We know you wouldn't eat them, so we're fine. We're good with that.
No, but to Julie, that the foster rat, there really is no foster rat. That was just my April Fool's joke, and I'm sorry, April Fools.
She's taking down every picture she has of you. I'm just right now as we speak, they're being ripped from the walls and being shredded. But you know. Oh, she says she has a couple of donor foster rats for you that she'd be happy to ship over.
Perfect. Well, you know what? You know what I did gain from it, though? I gained a new respect for rats because they are so intelligent.
Oh, yeah.
They amaze me, and they're actually very clean. I mean, we associate rats with sewer rats, but they're very clean. Like, they only go to the bathroom in the same spot. And if you ever set a trap for a rat and they set it off, but they don't get caught, they will never again go near that trap. Like, they remember.
Really?
So the guys that I talked to, they said, well, if you already baited them, you're supposed to bait the traps and not set them so they trust it to eat off of it. And after 3 times of eating, you set it, and then that's when you get them. They said if it sets that trap off and doesn't get caught, you're never going to catch it in that trap because that's how smart they are. So I was like,
wow.
what a cool creature.
Yeah, what a cool creature that I can't wait to eliminate from my household.
Yes, just don't come in my house. Rats are not welcome.
That's right. Listen, we can appreciate you from a distance, much like Bjork. We can appreciate you from a distance. I want to ask you the flip side question, because you already answered the things that you miss the most from the life of normalcy. But has there been anything in this forced confinement that, to your surprise, you found rather comforting or peaceful?
Yeah, you know what? I've actually been having a lot more conversations and video conversations with my sister. She had a little baby back in October. So I had a little nephew who's just over 6 months now.
Nice.
And we've been talking a lot more in person. And I've been connecting with my other sister in common law, my partner Wayne's sister, and she had a little nephew too. It's going to be 2 in June. A little boy, my other nephew. He's going to be 2 in June. And we've been having a lot of conversations with him via video chat. So even though obviously you want to be in person, it's been really cool connecting and getting to know and watch them grow up. And like, even my older nephew is going to be 2. He'll like, Danny, like he knows me now and he recognizes me, which is really cool.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things that forces you to face the conditions you live in. And you start asking yourself some serious questions. Are you happy with your life, with your house, with your space?
Yeah.
And I interviewed a divorce lawyer, and she literally said her phone is ringing off the hook right now. Not
Wow.
even kidding. I asked as a joke.
Yeah.
So our divorce is going to spike or what? And when this is done, she goes, Dan, when this is done, they're calling off the hook now, arranging a divorce. And the
Wow.
main reason is I realized I can't stand who I live with.
Yeah.
Like a lot of them worked opposite hours, or they'd only spend a
For
couple hours
sure.
in the evening. Now they're 24/7. So if nothing else, I found out that even though I miss live music and I miss some of my friends and going out to bars and pubs, I'm actually like really, really great with living in my house, with living who I'm living with, me, Wayne, and my little cat. Like that to me has been like, okay, like I'm happy. Like I'm not calling a divorce lawyer. Like I wouldn't even think of that. If anything, it brought a lot of connections with people, all the more closer. So that for me personally has been a really good thing.
That's fantastic. I want to thank you so much for being willing to, give this another shot after we weren't able to connect the first time, and just being willing to, I'm nobody. So thank you for this. This is great. Go ahead.
Thank you for doing what you're doing, because I think you're bringing a lot of people comfort too. Just coming in and seeing you play the way you play, and you know that I'm a fan of you, because before I knew you, I was tweeting about you, saying how amazing J Sharp Major is and your Pink Floyd experience, how incredible it is. I'm such a fan. You are, and this is a bold statement, and I've said this on the air many times, you are the best Pink Floyd tribute I've ever seen, and what you're doing is a huge service. So thank you for having me and letting me be a part of it. I think it's a great thing you're doing, so it's awesome.
That's awesome. I just have one last question for you, because you are the one
Sure.
that has been speaking with the experts. We all know the rules. We all know what we're being told to do and what not to do. But just on your own kind of personal sense of things, what is it that you think people should or shouldn't be doing? And if we're doing something, is there something we could be doing better?
I think above all is, just because this affects everyone, literally everyone is affected, from drastic to extreme ways. I think overall we just have to be kind. Be as kind as possible, and remember that, because our tensions are high. We want to fight. A lot of us want to fight. A lot of us want to cry. We don't know how it's affecting the other person. So I think end of the day, maybe it's time to just try to be as kind as possible, even if we don't agree. It's not always the best course to fight with someone right now. It might, if someone says something a bit ridiculous that you might think is ridiculous that you don't agree with, sometimes you kind of got to go and just like back away and let them do them, and know that you're there. If you're able to help anybody, just be there to help. And if you have nothing nice to say, sometimes it's best, especially during times like now, to not say anything at all. But if you can, and some people have a hard time with it because they're so stressed, they're dealing with big things. If you can, just try really, really hard to be kind to everybody.
I can't think of a better way to end it. It sums up the motto of this program, which is nobody wins unless everybody wins. Dan, thank you again so much. This has been a highlight of the program, and I hope we get the chance to talk again in the future.
Oh, anytime. Anytime I'm here, man. Thank you.
All right, Dan. Take care. Be safe.
Stay safe, for sure.
Well, there we had an extended interview with Mr. Dan MacDonald, and it ran longer than, I think that was the longest running interview on this program, and it was just, the conversation was so good, I didn't want to stop it. He was probably going in his head going, remember that thing I told you about just how to shut people up and how to get them off the air? You probably should have done that. What a fabulous guy, just top to bottom. Anyway, we're going to get back to playing a couple of more tunes. And then we're going to have to talk to our final guest of the evening almost immediately after this. Wow, it's like 7 minutes until our next guest. So I want to play this song because it's a great tune. And it's kind of about that whole togetherness thing, and maybe a little morbid way, but that's okay. We can be morbid sometimes. All right, let's see here.
Love of mine, someday you will die, but I'll be close behind. I'll follow you into the dark. No blinding lights or tunnels to gates of white, just our hands clasped so tight, waiting for the hint of a spark. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I'll follow you into the dark. In Catholic school, as vicious as Roman rule, I got my knuckles bruised by a lady in black. I held my tongue as she told me, son, fear is the part of love. So I never went back. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I'll follow you into the dark. dock to Calgary, and the soles of your shoes are all worn down. The time for sleep is now. It's nothing to cry about, 'cause we'll hold each other soon in the blackest of rooms. Your heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the notes on their vacancy signs. There's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I'll follow you into the dark. And I'll follow you into the dark. And I'll follow you into the dark.
What a beautiful song. Beautiful song. Alrighty, well, we got time for one more real quick one before our next before our next guest. And I know I play this one quite often, but it's just so much fun. It's so much fun to play. And we get to do a cool beat, which we didn't get to do in the last song, so we're going to do it. It's close enough for rock and roll.
Friday night and I'm going nowhere. All the lights changing green and red. Turning over TV stations, situations running through my head. Looking back through time, you know it's clear that I've been blind. I've been a fool. Open up my heart to all that jealousy, that bitterness, that ridicule. Saturday, I'm running wild. All the lights are changing red to green. Moving through the clouds, I'm pushing chemicals are rushing in my bloodstream. Only wish that you were here. You know I'm seeing it so clear. I've been afraid to show you how I really feel. Admit to some of those bad mistakes I made. If you want it, come and get it. Crying out loud. Love that I was giving you was never in doubt. Go your heart, let go of your head, feel it now. Go your heart, let go your head, feel it now. Babylon, Babylon, Babylon. Sunday, all the lights in London shine, the sky is fading red to blue. Kicking through the autumn leaves and wondering where it is you might be going to. Turning back for home, you know I'm feeling so alone. can't believe. Climbing on the stair, I turn around to see you smiling there in front of me. And if you want it, come and get it, crying out loud. The love that I was giving you was never end out. Let go of your heart, let go of your head, feel it now. Let go of your heart, let go of your head and feel it now. Let go of your heart, let go of your head, feel it now. Let go of your heart, let go of your head, feel it now. Babylon, 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 Babylon.
All right. Well, we are a couple of minutes tardy for our final guest of the evening, and I don't want to make them wait any longer. So let me just see if I can raise him on the phone. And we'll have another wonderful conversation. I know I've said it before, but that's really been the highlight of this whole thing for me, has been having these conversations with folks and different people in different positions with different views and different philosophies, and all kind of coming together and just wanting to talk things through. It's pretty neat. Like Dan said, you know, if we can talk and keep it civil, and everything's great. I think it's pretty cool. Well, I've got him on the line. I don't have him live just yet. I just wonder if he could turn his phone to the side so that we can get some widescreen video. That would be fantastic. Perfect. Awesome. And I've switched him away from the keyboard camera already, so we should be good to go. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ryan Maloney to the program. Hello, sir.
Hey, how you doing, Chris?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for agreeing to have a chat here. I'm looking forward to it.
No problem.
Let me ask the first question. Everybody where you are, everybody safe and happy and healthy and doing well?
Yeah, everybody's doing pretty good.
Excellent. Fantastic. Well, I don't know you personally, but I know you through a mutual friend, Mr. Brandon Stanley, and he kind of had a little group of his friends kind of collected together in conversation, and you were kind enough to offer your availability for the program. And I know that
Sure.
you work in Tool and Die, and you're in efficiency there, correct?
Yes, efficiency and quality.
Okay, so first, for those out there like myself who have no idea what that means, what does that actually entail when you are in that position?
For myself, I just I kind of just analyze CNC machines production and try to improve.
Okay, so when you say the production, so if we notice that, you know, a part could be being manufactured faster by eliminating or refining steps, you would kind of step in and take care of that?
Yes, exactly.
Cool. Now, the company that you work for, are you guys still in operation? Are you a feeder plant, or is it? Are you finding that you have a skeleton crew that's running? What does the normal workday for you guys look like right now?
Well, our labor's gone down a lot. A lot of guys took voluntary layoffs, which were offered. You know, if you wanted to go, you're welcome to get your record of employment, and they'd set you up. A lot of guys stayed on. We got some medical contracts, so we're making some tools for the medical field.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, we're running pretty good.
What is the general feeling from your colleagues before all this got as serious as it did, and it was kind of just in the wind, and we didn't really know what was happening? Was there a general expectation that a shutdown that was this large was on the horizon?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially late March, you know, whenever it was that grand panic, I feel like. Yeah, minute to minute. We didn't know. Any minute we could get shut down, or we were going to be working. It was a lot of nervousness for sure.
Yeah, and a lot of unknowns. But was there anything in terms of when you were anticipating that there might be a shutdown? Did you think it would be on this big of a scale? Or was it just, maybe a temporary thing and there would be some cleaning that would happen and we'd be back up in a couple of weeks?
I think a lot of guys thought it was going to be like a 2-week, just shut down for 2 weeks and then pop back up and be back to normal when
Yeah.
some people weren't so sure about that,
Yeah.
When the economy comes to a screeching halt, it doesn't just pop back up in 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. When it's bad enough when you have to kickstart production in your own plant, but when you have to do it on a national scale or an international scale, we talked to a customs clearinghouse agent a couple of days ago on the program, and she was saying that their volume of paperwork that they're processing has been cut almost by a third. Do you find that is that having a hindrance on your guys' ability to be able to ship out or receive parts because of the border closure?
Yeah, that was a big problem. And when we knew the border was closing, we knew we had 3 days to get all of our stuff that's in Birmingham or Grand Rapids back. The logistics of that was
a nightmare.
it was a nightmare. It was like, minute to minute, like, are we going to make it?
Sure.
Everything worked out in the end. And
what are you doing personally to kind of pass the time besides, obviously you're still at work, but when you come back and you have to basically be in your home for most of us, are you finding it a challenge to fill that time? And if you're not, is there something you can share with us for the folks that might be having a challenge to fill that time?
Well, this week's going to be a new experience for me, actually, because I've had my kids for about 6 weeks since March break. My wife and I share custody, our ex, and we didn't really want them moving back and forth, so I had them here. So every night we were, it was pretty lively around here. Now they're back at their mother's, so it's a little bit quieter, but we're just reading and working out in the back and trying to keep my house clean, and
yeah, but
pretty much enough for me.
One of the things that we hear a lot on the program from people that we talk to is those family ties become stronger. So I imagine that there's a real chance for you to suddenly notice the emptiness. You know what I mean? When those bodies aren't there, kind of taking that up.
Yeah.
Have you experienced that yet, or are you trying to keep yourself busy so that you don't tend to notice? Because I find that might be a real emotional drain.
For me, I usually stay pretty busy. I will get really, it's hard for me to sit still.
Yeah.
And watch a movie and stuff like that.
Sure.
So when there's nobody around to take up the TV space, I will kind of sludge around, and then I don't feel good about it.
Yeah. Well,
that's kind of...
We talked a little, pretty early in the program. We talked to folks about the fact that when this whole thing first started, myself when I was laid off, I had about 3 or 4 days where I just basically sat there like a lump on a log, trying to figure out what am I going to be doing with myself with all this time, and I was concerned, like you said, I felt kind of badly that I was doing that. I felt like why am I allowed to just sit here and do nothing? And then somebody pointed out that, it was pretty much just my internal psychological way of dealing with or trying to plan out what it was I was going to do. And that being in those moments of downtime is okay. You're allowed to just be doing nothing for a while. That's okay. And so don't feel badly. Sit on the couch.
It's been nice to actually spend some time with my own thoughts,
Yeah. For sure. I'm calling this the cocoon period, right? Where we are kind of all shut up in these little cocoons, and we're finding out these things about ourselves that we either really enjoy or we maybe don't enjoy so much and we want to change. And then when all this is over, we'll emerge as some new creature. What are the things that you're finding that, now that you're alone with your thoughts, are you finding a lot of things that you want to change, or are you finding things that you just are doing that you want to improve upon?
I'm just thinking about, I thought a lot about, what it is, not what, why. why do I want to do what I do? Why do I like what I do? Because I do like what I do. And I think I've kind of figured some of that out. I like progress.
Yeah.
And if we can build medical equipment faster, it's going to help humanity. And maybe it's just my own little thing. I know we're all in it for money in the end, but
well, I
we
mean,
can help. That's good. If we can improve processes, we can make things quicker. And
yeah, absolutely. And you can help people who need that equipment perhaps get it faster. Yeah. I mean, you're right. At the end of the day, we have to do something to keep the creditors from banging on the door, but it doesn't mean that, I remember once somebody gave me shit about the fact that I was enjoying myself making money playing music. And I just looked back at them and I went, yeah, you're right. It's so terrible that I'm doing something that I'm absolutely in love with and finding a way to make a living at it. Like, where is it written that we have to go to some job that we absolutely hate, right?
Yeah, no, I absolutely won't put up with a job that I hate.
Yeah.
And I like my job, and I like the people I work with, and I like getting up and going to work in the morning.
Yeah, and that's absolutely great, and then that's one of those things where it kind of is an example of you're not really just in it for the money, because somebody that was just in it for the money would just say, oh, I don't care what I'm doing, I'm just going to go there and get the paycheck and be done with it. So on some level, you've got to be in a little more like invested in it than you let on.
For sure.
What advice do you have for folks who have small children? I'm sorry, I didn't even ask. Are your kids on the younger side?
No, my kids are like early teens.
Oh, okay. Well, coming from a place of parenthood, anyway. What advice do you have for parents out there who may be at their wits' end right now with teens and preteens that are going through cabin fever because they can't go out and socialize, which at their point in their lives is huge, right?
I think for everybody right now, it's important to do our best to just stay safe and relax. Everyone's just got to try to relax. And like my kids were getting stressed out that their internet connection isn't good enough when they're trying to do their tests, and I had to tell them, like, it's the teacher's first time in a global pandemic. It's your first time in a global pandemic. It's my first time in a global pandemic. It's all of our first time. So just if we can just relax and stay calm, think clearly, everybody's going to be fine.
Yeah.
We're all smart enough humans to figure this out.
Yes, which though brings that old quote up, which is a favorite of mine, is that a person is smart, but people are dumb, right? That whole herd mentality that when you get enough people together, very poor decisions are made. But when you get individuals on their own, incredibly smart decisions are made. Yeah. But you're right. It's the first time that a lot of us are trying to experience what it is to live through this new normal that we have. And so I think we need to be a little more we need to be a little easier on ourselves if we don't get something right the first time, or we're finding it a challenge.
Be patient with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Are you finding that when you're chatting with folks, and it can even be friends, are you finding that people are being a little more easygoing, or are you finding that people are letting kind of like the tension of the outside world get to them and they're kind of, it's affecting them emotionally?
I think most people are feeling it one way or another. I think tensions are high. People are, the economy's slowing down. People are worried about how they're going to pay their mortgage in 4 months when the CERB or whatever it is runs out.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but I think if we stay clear-headed and keep our eyes on the prize, so to speak, and we can get the, stores open back up quicker and back on track.
Yeah. I think that is one thing that we are starting to see is that, and we've said it before, that we're starting to see the very best example of humanity come forward. We're starting to see people being patient with each other, and we're starting to see people trying to do things for other people, even if it's just as simple as making a grocery run for your neighbor across the street because they can't.
Right.
What is it that you think, because we all know the rules, we know what we've been told to do and all that, especially during this time, but on your own personal opinion, what is it right now during this particular situation? What is it you think people should or shouldn't be doing, or if they're doing something, can they be doing it better?
Well, safety-wise, I think the masks is a good idea. It can't hurt. Everybody just put on a mask. Wash your hands when you get home, and I think exposure is a big thing. So if you're a nurse, wash your clothes when you get home. But I haven't worried too much about making sure I throw my clothes straight in the laundry when I get home. I just wash my hands and put on a mask and try not to get too close to people.
If you had a time machine, okay, and you got in it one day after a few beers and dialed it back to 20 years ago, and you saw yourself or someone or even 10 years ago, how would you describe 2020 to them?
Just hold on tight, It's a wild one, but I think it's a good opportunity for people that, especially with the extra free time, humans are smart and we're innovative, and I think that a lot of new opportunity and technologies and even the way that we function as a society, maybe we'll downsize, maybe we'll slow down a little bit and use this technology to help us.
Yeah, absolutely. We may see a lot of advancements coming forward from this, especially one of the things we're seeing even right now is, this massive mobilization of the workforce in the sense that we've seen all these people given the opportunity to work from home. And now a lot of people are beginning to question, well, why are we not doing this on a more regular basis, right? Why do I need to put on a suit and go to a cubicle and sit there for 8 hours a day when I can accomplish exactly the same thing from the comfort of my own home?
Yeah, I'm finding that I can get some of my more meetings in.
Yeah, exactly.
The day,
yeah. And you don't have to wear pants. There you go.
Yeah.
It's a win-win
Well,
situation.
I go to the office, but a lot of the guys I meet with aren't in the office.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. If you're going to the office, please wear pants.
Right.
Don't take that as a suggestion that you shouldn't do that. I mean, yeah.
Always, every time.
Are you finding that this time is giving you anything or any extra opportunity to maybe try some things that you hadn't thought about trying before? Maybe something on the creative side, like maybe writing or art or music or anything that you've always wanted to do but haven't really had the time?
I've spent a lot of time recently just spending more time reading again, thinking about recent philosophy or some old literature that I really got into when I was younger. I think that I got a guitar that I've had for 5 years, and I took classical guitar lessons when I was a kid, but 20 years in between.
Yeah, well, it's
playing it, but maybe I'll pick it up and see if I can't tune it and remember a chord or two.
You should, and then when you remember those chords, you should film yourself playing something and send it over so we can share it with everybody, because that's been the really cool thing that we've been doing, and it's just amazing to me that there are so many people out there that have this creative side to them that they just have never been able to express, and when they do, it's just the joy that's there. It's just contagious, right? Like we did this one video, and it was a former bandmate of mine, but him and his girlfriend were sitting on the couch, and he was playing this tune, and she was trying to keep the beat with the tambourine, and just it was drifting in and out here or there, but they were just having so much fun that you couldn't help but just laugh out of enjoyment, right? It was just like being at a crazy house party, and oh look, those two have had a few pops, and now they're gonna go off and do this performance. So it was pretty cool. I hope we get more of that.
Actually, I have an old accordion too.
Okay, so now you have to do a performance video. I don't even care if you know how to play it. You just have to make some noise on it. That's got to happen.
Okay, I'll done deal. I'll make some noise on it. It can make a lot of noise, that's for sure.
Perfect. No problem. I want to thank you so much for being willing to talk to us. It's not an easy thing for a lot of people to be able to open up and share things. So I'm happy that you did, and I'm happy that we got a chance to talk about some personal stuff as well, alongside the business stuff. when do you think we are going to see an end to this? I know you're not an epidemiologist and you're not a doctor and all that kind of stuff, and I'm not asking for, I don't want an exact date, but just in your general kind of feeling, when do you think that this is going to get lifted and we'll all go back to some kind of normal?
We all go back to normal. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that the Rage Against the Machine concert tickets I got for next summer now are going to be good. Going to be okay.
Yes.
I hope that concert happens.
You and me both.
That's my best. Like, okay, next summer we can have a concert. We can have a rock concert.
Absolutely. I actually
maybe a year.
Rage was one of my first. That was like one of my first introductions to a different kind of music when I was in college. That's when the Rage Against the Machine album with Bomb Track on it first dropped, and I remember like being at a house party where that was playing, and I'm like, oh my God, this is so good.
What is this?
Yeah, it's so good. And I was infatuated with that band for years after that. I never got to see them live, and I was devastated when they broke up. And I was so happy now that they were coming back. But then I looked at the price of tickets, and I'm like, you know what? For a band whose main political message was anti-capitalism, you sure are charging a buttload for tickets.
Yeah, yeah. It's wild, right?
Yeah, but I hope that the concert does go on, and I hope that I'm able to get to see them, because that would be an experience for sure.
Yeah.
That which actually brings up another important question. If this whole thing gets lifted, let's say that, we discover some miraculous thing, and by the end of the summer, everybody's free to do whatever we want again. And Rage comes back and goes, yeah, we're throwing a September concert, and all these September concerts are happening. Do you think there's going to be a big rush of people that will go out and be comfortable filling a 45,000 seat stadium where we're all sitting shoulder to shoulder? Or will there be a period of real apprehension socially before we feel comfortable gathering together?
I think on a personal level, I have some apprehension. I'm going to try to not dive into it.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me because I'm a social person. Like, I do like going and visiting my friends and going different parties and shows at Fog or whatever. I like to go and have a good time, and even that's going to be tough to.
Yeah.
If there's 100 people there, do I really want to go in and be bumping shoulders with everybody?
Absolutely. It doesn't have to be a stadium. It can be your local bar. You go in there and there's 20 or 30 people, and you're like, well, how close can we actually get?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, there's going to be a whole new section on Tinder about socially responsible dating or something like that, or socially responsible hookups. Anyway, Ryan, I want to thank you very much for being willing to talk with us.
Yeah, no problem.
I hope that you stay safe and stay healthy, and same to your kids as well. And I hope that at one point, all of us who have connected virtually through this little group of Brandons, we all get an opportunity to go down and hoist a few together. I think that'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be great, man.
Okay, man. Take care.
All right. Cheers.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right. Well, there we had some conversation from the tool and die industry, and it's interesting. I think it's admirable that they're moving into making some medical gear to help out folks on the front line. I think that's awesome, and a very good example of what we've kind of been talking about, and that was the best side of humanity coming forward and helping each other out. I want to throw on something now so I can attend to some personal business. And you know what? I've talked about it so often and how it brings me so much joy, and so I have to play it now. I have to play Nino and Deb doing their couch concert of Don't You Forget About Me by Simple Minds. Because, and I hope people take this in the spirit with which it was intended, and that is, it's just a great example of two people having a blast. And it would be the kind of thing that if we were having a house party, we would all just gather and watch it, and we'd probably all be singing along at the top of our lungs in as they were doing it. So I hope you get that out of it when we watch it, because it certainly does it for me. We'll be right back.
music. Live. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. Hey, 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 hey. Won't you come see about me? I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Tell me your troubles and doubts. Give me everything inside and out. Love strange, so real in the dark. Think of them things that we're working on. Slow change may pull us apart. When the lights get into your heart, baby, sing it. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. Will you stand above me? Look my way or never love me. Rain keeps falling, sing it. Rain keeps falling down, down, down. Will you recognize me? Call my name, oh, walk on by. Rain keeps falling down, down. Sing it! Hey, 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 hey! Ooh! Don't you try and protect, keep it up. It's my feeling when in the end I won't harm you. A touch of defenses, vanity, insecurity. Ow, don't you forget about me. Be alone, dancing, you know, baby. Going to take you apart. I'll put us back together, heart singing. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. As you walk on by, will you call my name? As you walk on by, will you call my name? Will you walk away? Softer. Will you walk on by? Will you walk away? Will you walk on by? Ready? I say la 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 la. Yeah, la 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 la. Will you walk on by? La la la, will you walk away? Will you walk on by? La 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 la. Back in the intro, ready? Hey, 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 hey! Ooh! Big finish. Stay safe, y'all.
I could watch that every day. No word of a lie. I could watch that every day. The joy that comes out in that, they just look like they're having the time of their lives. Just amazing. All right, well, let's get back to some more tunes now. I haven't played this one in quite some time, and I feel like we should. And we'll do a little beat for it, because we can throw the wood block in there for Jocelyn.
is traveling tonight on the plane. I can see the red headlights heading to Spain. Oh, well, I can see Daniel waving goodbye. God, it looks like Daniel must be the clouds in my eyes. They say Spain is pretty, though I've never been. Well, Daniel says the best place he's ever seen. Oh, well, he should know he's been there enough. Lord, I miss Daniel. Oh, I miss him so much. Oh, Daniel, my brother, you are older than me. Do you still feel the pain? Scars they won't heal, your eyes have died, but you see more than I. Well, Daniel, you're a star in the face of the sky. Oh, man, Daniel, my brother, you are older than me. Do you still feel the pain? The scars they won't heal, your eyes have died, but you see more than I. Daniel, you're a star in the face of the sky. Well, Daniel's traveling tonight on a plane. I can see the red headlights heading to Spain. Oh, well, I can see Daniel waving goodbye. God, it looks like Daniel must be the clouds in my eyes. Oh, God, it looks like Daniel must be the clouds in my eyes.
All right. We haven't played that one in a little while. What else in the Elton John catalog haven't we played it in a little while? Oh, Mr. Keith Humphreys suggested this one. And this was my Uncle Pete's favorite Elton John song. Taken from not my favorite Elton John record, but definitely on that record, it's my favorite Elton John song. So let's try it here.
You wore a little cross of gold around your neck. Saw it as you flew between my reasons, like a raven in the nighttime when you left. I wore a chain upon my wrist that bears no name. You touched it and you wore it, and you kept it in your pillow all the same. My high-flying bird has flown from out my arms myself a keeper. She thought I meant her harm. She thought I was the archer, a weatherman of words, but I could never shoot down my high-flying bird. The white walls of your dressing room are stained in scarlet red. You bled upon the cold stone like a young man in the foreign field of death. Oh, and wouldn't it be wonderful? That's all I heard you say. You never closed your eyes at night and learned to love daylight. Instead you moved away. My high-flying bird has flown from out my arms. I thought myself a keeper. She thought I meant her harm. She thought I was the archer, a weatherman of words, but I could never shoot down my high-flying bird has flown from out my arms. I thought myself a keeper. She thought I meant her harm. She thought I was the archer, a weatherman of words, but I could never shoot down my high-flying bird. My high-flying bird. My high-flying bird. My high-flying bird.
The one-note sonata. Wow, someone's milking it.
Hey, you've got one audience member. Keep me happy.
I don't have one audience member. I'll have you know there are probably 5 people viewing this program right now. This not being able to see comments thing is killing me.
I'm putting up any of the comments.
I know. You're doing an admirable job. Oh, that's right. See? 5 people and the cat. How's the cat doing? I think there's got to be a way that our Twitch friend here can send us a picture of the cat. I'd like to know how the cat's doing.
I like cats.
Kel Surprise. All right. Let's see. What else? Do we feel like doing like a threefer? An Elton John threefer? Remember what it was like the Creature feature and the Thriller Chiller? We could have the Reefer threefer here in the studio. I might be all about that actually. Let's see. Yeah, let's do this one. This song always makes me think of Mr. David Michael because he usually sings it with me, and he does such a great job. I always feel like I pale in comparison, but we're going to do it anyway. Oh, Ronolette requests Tiny Dancer. Never mind. We're going to do that one instead. If we're going to do the Reefer Threefer, then we're going to do this Tiny Dancer instead. Fantastic.
Blue jean baby, LA lady, seamstress for the band, pretty eye, the pirate smile, you marry a music man, dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me, a tiny dancer in my head. Jesus freaks out in the street, handing tickets out for God. Turning back, she just laughs. The boulevard is not that bad. Piano man who makes his stand in their auditorium, looking on, she sings the songs, the words she knows, the tune she hums. Oh, I feel so real, lying here with no one near, and it's only you. You can't hear me when you say softly, slowly. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. We'll count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a busy day today. Blue jean baby, LA lady, seamstress for the band. Pretty eye and the pirate smile. You'll marry a music man. Ballerina, you bust the scene up, dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me, a tiny dancer in my head. Oh, I feel so real, lying here with no one near, and it's only you. You can't hear me when I say softly, slowly. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a busy day today. Well, hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a busy day today.
I was trying to figure out a way to work Twisted Tea in hand somehow, but my brain wasn't firing fast enough. For those of you unaware, Ashley's another one of the ardent supporters of this program from the very beginning, and she posted the other day a picture. It's a still from The Simpsons where it's Marge dancing in the living room with some kind of beverage in her hand, and I'm like, that's how I picture you from now on. That's just it. So just know, when you said you're in your living room with your twisted tea, all ballerina style. There was the giant 3-foot purple hairdo dipping over to one side. Ah. All right. Well, now we've had the thruple, she calls it. Okay, interestingly enough. Take Me to Church by Hozier. I don't actually know it. That's another one I'm going to have to listen to, unfortunately. I'm going to go out on a limb here and probably cause a lot of angry messages later, but I am not a big Hozier fan, so it's not a song that I would ever listen to on my own. I have heard it because there was a time where I couldn't escape it because it was playing everywhere, but it's just never been my cup of tea. But I will definitely listen to it, and it'll go on the list of songs, which is about 42 songs deep now that I have to learn for people in all the free time that I have. We're gonna see how that one shakes out. Ah, terrible. All right. Oh, Dave Jr. says a happy pre-birthday, brother. Well, we'll see if he revokes that after my last my last little sentiment, but I hope not. I'm going to play this as a pre-birthday gift because it's somebody here's favorite song or one of their favorite songs, and so. And everybody in the free world knows the words to this. So feel free to do a little couch sing along to it and videotape yourselves and send it to me. That would be great.
Walking these streets so long, singing the same old song. I know every crack in these dirty sidewalks of Broadway. Where hustle's the name of the game, and nice guys get washed away like the snow and the rain. There's been a load of compromising on the road to my horizon, but I'm gonna be where the lights are shining on me like a rhinestone cowboy, riding out on a horse in a star-spangled rodeo, like a rhinestone cowboy, getting cards and letters from people I don't even know, offers coming over the phone. I really don't mind the rain, a smile can hide all the pain. When you're down, you ride the train that's taking the long way. I dream of the things I'll do, the one-way token and a dollar tucked inside my shoe. There'll be a load of compromising rhinestone cowboy, riding out on a horse in a star-spangled rodeo, like a rhinestone cowboy. Get cards and letters from people I don't even know, and offers coming over the phone.
Yeah. Rob Shepley, do I ever do any Zeppelin? I'm thinking your time is going to come as a great keyboard-centric tune that you could nail. Well, I appreciate your confidence in me. I only do a couple of Zeppelin tunes. I can do one for you right now, providing I can remember the words. Let me just really quickly look up the words, because this is one of those ones. I do it in a medley. Maybe we'll do the I'll do the medley. How about that? And I always screw it up. I always screw up the words. So let me actually look them up so I won't screw them up. Blah, 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 blah. Now I can't even remember the title of the song. Now I can. Okay, perfect. My big fat fingers on this tiny little tablet keyboard. You think by now, like I've performed this, and especially with Colton, I've performed it so many times. You think I would just memorize the words, but there's some songs I don't know why I can't get them correct in my head. The words just run together. And then when I try and concentrate on it, it's even worse. So, but we'll see. We'll see how this shakes out. We're just waiting on my good friend the tablet to actually decide that it's going to load stuff up, because God knows it's incredibly difficult to pull a text file off the internet. How challenging that must be to pull down a bunch of text. I do know, actually. All right, so now the key here is that I'm going to have to flip between these two things halfway through, because they're two songs of the words I'd never remember, and they always run together. All right, let's see here.
Lunatic is on the grass. The lunatic is on the grass. Remembering games, days of chains and laughs. Got to keep the loonies on the path. The lunatic is in the hall. Lunatics are in my hall. The paper holds their folded faces to the floor, and every day the paper boy brings more. And if the dam breaks open many years too soon, and if there is no room upon the hill, and if your head explodes with dark forebodings too, I'll see you on the dark side of the moon. The lunatic is in my head. The lunatic is in my head. You raise the blade, you make the change, you rearrange me till I'm sane. You lock the door, throw away the key. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. And if the cloud bursts, thunder in your ear, you shout and no one seems to hear. And if the band you're in starts playing different tunes, see you on the dark side of the moon. Spend my days with a woman unkind, smoke my stuff and drink all my wine. Made up my mind, make a new start, going to California with an aching in my heart. 'Cause someone told me there's a girl out there with love in her eyes and flowers in her hair. I took my chances on a big jet plane. Never let them tell you that they're all the same. The sea was red and the sky was gray. I wondered how tomorrow could ever follow today. The mountains and the canyons started to tremble and shake. The children of the sun began to wake. Look at 'em. It seemed like the wrath of the gods got a punch on the nose, and it started to flow. I think I might be sinking. Throw me a line if I reach it in time. I'll meet you up there while the path runs straight and high. To find a queen without a king, they say she plays guitar and cries as she sings. La la la. Ride a white mare into the footsteps of dawn. Try to find a woman who's never been born. Standing on a hill in my mountain of dreams, telling myself it's not as hard as it seems. you taste, all you feel, and all that you love, and and all that you hate, all you distrust, all you save, and all that you give, and all that you deal, and all that you buy, beg, borrow, or steal, and all you create, and all you destroy, and all that you do, and all that you say, and all that you eat, and everyone you meet, and all that you slight, and everyone you fight, and all that is now, and all that is gone, and all that's to come, and everything under the sun is in tune, but the sun is eclipsed by the moon.
There is no dark side of the moon, actually. As a matter of fact, it's all dark. Well, there we go. That's my little mashup. I'm glad you appreciated it, Rob. Oh, and our Twitch friend appreciated it as well. It's so cool when there are two songs that just mesh up so well with each other. I love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Let's try this one. I don't think I've tried this one on the good sounding stream. I know on the poopy sounding stream way early we did it. But I don't think we did it here. Now, normally I do this on piano, but I want to try it on the guitar today.
Mississippi Delta, shining like a national guitar. I am following the river down the highway through the cradle of the Civil War. I'm going to Graceland, Graceland, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm going to Graceland. Poor boys and pilgrims with families, and we are going to Graceland. My traveling companion is 9 years old. He's a child from my first marriage. Maybe I have a reason to believe we both will be received in Graceland. She comes back to tell me she's gone, as if I didn't know that, as if I didn't know my own bed, as if I never noticed the way she brushed her hair from her forehead. She said losing love is like a window in your heart. Everybody sees you're blown apart. Everybody feels the wind blow. In Graceland, Graceland, Memphis, Tennessee, I'm going to Graceland. Poor boys and pilgrims with families, and we are going to Graceland. My traveling companions are ghosts ghosts and empty sockets. I'm looking at ghosts and emptiness. Maybe I have a reason to believe we all will be received in Graceland. There's a girl in New York City who calls herself the human trampoline. And sometimes when I'm flying or tumbling in turmoil, I say, oh, so this is what she means. She means we're bouncing into Graceland. And she says losing love is like a window in your heart. Everybody sees you're blown apart. Everybody feels the wind blow. Oh, in Graceland, Graceland. I'm going to Graceland. Where I can't explain, there's some part of me that wants to see Graceland. I may be obliged to defend every love, every ending, or maybe there's no obligation now. Maybe I have a reason to believe we all will be received in Graceland. I'm going to Graceland, Graceland, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm going to Graceland. I cannot explain, but there's some part of me that wants to see Graceland. I'm obliged to defend every love, every ending. Maybe there's no obligation now. Maybe I have a reason to believe we all will be received in Graceland.
Woo! Not bad. Little out of tune string there, but nothing we can't fix. Mr. Dave Jr. amends his request list for Jesse by Joshua Caddison, which I did play earlier, unfortunately. But then he says, or Mad World by Gary Jules, and we haven't done that one in a little while. So let's do that one. I love that tune. And Stephanie Drazik will be so pleased that you asked for it, Mr. Dave Jr. All right, here we go.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, and their tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kinda funny, find it kinda sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very bad world. Bad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Made to feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Enlarging your world. Mad world.
It's not the end of the song until you hear the finata. That's actually the first time I've tried to do there's like a little melody thing in there. It's like a something like that. I think it's close. I haven't tried it before. It just suddenly came to me as if in a dream. Alrighty. Well, well. Time to open another bottle of refreshment, I believe. And there's a fly flying around here, so spring has officially sprung, for sure. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. Let's do this one. We haven't done this one in a while. It's got a cool beat we can get down to. Get a little bit happy. Except I screwed up the rhythm. We'll try it one more time. I'm giving it a two go, and if it doesn't go after two, then we're not going to do it. There we go. Now we got it. Well, sunshine came softly through my window today. Could have tripped out easy, but I changed my ways. It'll take time, I know it, but in a while you're gonna be mine, I know it. We'll do it in style, 'cause I made my mind up. You're going to be mine, I'll tell you right now. Any trick in the book now, baby.
can find. Everybody's hustling just to have a little scene. When I say we'll be cool, I think you know what I mean. Stood on a beach at sunset. Do you remember when? Well, I know a beach where, baby, it never ends. When you made your mind up forever to be mine, I'll pick up your hand, I'll pick up your hand and slowly blow your little mind. 'Cause I made my mind up, you're going to be mine. I'll tell you right now, any trick in the book now, baby, that I can find. Superman or Green Lantern ain't got nothing on me. I can make like a turtle and dive for your pearls in the sea. You can just sit there thinking on your velvet throne about all the rainbows that you can have for your own. When you made your mind up forever to be mine, I'll pick up your hand, I'll pick up your hand and slowly blow your little mind. When you made your mind up forever to be mine, I'll pick up your hand, I'll pick up your hand and slowly blow your little mind. When you made your mind up forever to be mine. It's a fun song. It's fun. It's super fun. All right, we got like 10 minutes left of this nonsense. Whose dumb idea was this in the first place? Sheesh. He's fired. All righty. Well. Phil?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Super Groundhog Day reference. Phil? It's Ned. I don't even know if the guy's name was Ned, but Ned just seems like a name that would be annoying enough to be that guy. I'm sorry to any Neds out there, but change your names, honestly. What are you thinking? Yeah, let's do this one. It's a good tune. And we could probably do a little beat to it.
Feels a little slow to me, but that's all right. I have a word here from the Twitch thing that the cat is looking at you in the messenger. But which messenger? That's the thing. The messenger on Twitch, because I don't know that I've ever seen a messenger on Twitch, but I will look for it. I will look for it.
Now Main Street's whitewashed windows and vacant stores. Seems like there ain't nobody who wants to come down here no more. They're closing down the textile mill across the railroad tracks. Foreman says these jobs are going, boys, and they ain't coming back to your hometown, to your hometown, to your hometown, your hometown. Snappy and cake, we laid in bed.
Here we go. Although we are 3 minutes early. I'm just saying we're 3 minutes early, but that's okay. I will accept the fact that this is 3 minutes in advance of my actual birthday. Oh, thank you. I feel like we should have put the other camera up, and you guys could have been on the whole thing. That would have been nice.
Well, just turn the camera.
Well, yeah, but there's another one right here that we could have gotten it already. It's good. Thank you, guys. It was sort of a surprise. So I should explain to the people out there that are watching and wondering what exactly in the name of all that's holy just happened. But we have a tradition at our place when it's the birthday person's birthday eve. We wait until midnight, and then we surprise them with a McCain deep and delicious chocolate cake, which I am eyeing right now. I'm ready to just jump over this computer and tackle it, and definitely have some of that. Anyway, so the tradition continues, and in another 2 minutes, I will be 47 years old. Yeah, I don't. It's terrifying to me. Well, I want to play one more tune, and then I'm going to go have some cake. How about that? Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I feel like, okay, wait, I'm going to do this. Hang on a second. Just give me 1 second so you guys can see the loveliness with which I'm surrounded. Hold on 1 second. I promise you it's worth it. All right, so I've turned the gym cam over, and I don't want to hear anybody bitching about social distancing at this time. Shut up and enjoy the merriment that's happening. We've all been together through this whole thing, so let's see here, side by side. There we go. Oh wait, there we go. So now you're seeing the extent of the shot down the studio way. So there's everybody that came out to wish me a happy birthday. Look at you guys. You guys are so nice. The apple, what? The apple falls not far from the tree. Oh, I feel that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Thank you. All right, cool. Well, I'm going to do one more tune, and then I'm going to go inside and eat cake and watch The Love Boat. I feel like it's something that we could like turn on a microphone. If we did something that everybody knew, we could all have a little sing along. Oh, I don't.
Can you play that one though?
I'm not sure. Okay, I'm gonna teach you guys this song. It's super easy. You only have one line in it, okay? And then your only line is low bridge, everybody down. That's it. Low bridge, everybody down. Just try it right now. You can just say the words. Yeah, okay. So this actually is a historical song that was about our area, right? We live in the Erie area, and this is a song called Erie Canal, and it was re-released by Bruce Springsteen when he did his folk album. My guitar's out of tune, so while I'm waiting for my infernal tablet, I'll take this opportunity to tune. Tablet, you suck. Bring up the words already. Okay, so your line is low bridge, everybody down. Low bridge, we're coming to a town. Sorry, it's two lines. Low bridge, everybody down. Low bridge, we're coming to a town. That's it. Okay. So what used to happen is all along these canals that we used to have in the Erie area, and this goes into the States more too, but there used to be these guys that would travel these little barges bringing supplies and things downriver, and that's what they would yell, low bridge, everybody down, because we're crossing under this little bridge. Okay, so here we go. This is gonna be so good. You guys just gotta yell it out. Ready? Here we go. I got a mule and her name is Sal, 15 miles on the Erie Canal. She's a good old worker, a good old pal. 15 miles on the Erie Canal. We hauled some barges in our day, filled with lumber, coal, and hay. We know every inch of the way, from
about your life. I never part with Sal. 15 miles on the Erie Canal. Get up there, mule, here comes a lock. We'll make Rome about 6 o'clock, and one more trip and back we'll go. Right back home to Buffalo and Low Bridge. Everybody down Low Bridge. We're coming through a town. You'll always know your neighbor and you'll always know your pal if you've ever navigated on the Erie Canal. And Low Bridge, everybody down Low Bridge, and we're coming through a town. You'll always know your neighbor and you'll always know your pal if you've ever navigated on the Erie Canal.
Thank you, guys. And I do have one. We had a request that at midnight I was supposed to play "Happy Birthday." I don't know for whom, but I was supposed to play it. So I'm just gonna say "Happy Birthday, dear person." Okay, that'll work. Here we go. In F, the most birthdayest of all keys. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, person I don't know, but I'm sure I would care about deeply if I ever met you in person. Happy birthday to you. There we go. I don't know who it was for, but that was for you, whoever you are out there. We've been going for 5 hours and 4 minutes, so we're done. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. Thank you to my guests for having a wonderful conversation and being a part of the conversations that we've had. We've hit 108 conversations so far. We've been streaming for 178 hours plus another 5, so we're well over 180, which means we are on track for this week upcoming to break the 200-hour mark. And we're gonna have a big giant 200-hour party somehow. I'm gonna figure out how that's gonna work virtually. It'll be a virtual party. Anyway, we will end this program the same way we end all of them, which is to say, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and nobody wins unless everybody wins. And we'll catch you tomorrow. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Ruin Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1-4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall.